Hello, space fans. We're about an hour and a half from the closest approach to the moon of Artemis 2. We're going to join that podcast here in just a minute. I'm going to have to mute this little thing real quick. Good. That's still muted. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to come in here and pick it up. I'm going to do the sound.
What looked like in the Terminator about a third of the way up from the southernmost part of the Terminator. Looked like a dinosaur print if one was running to the northwest. Now is clearly a crater with a bunch of craters around it. Um, and that Terminator, I can only see about half of it. I'm looking through the docking hatch window right now because we have the Z9 in window one. Um, but that Terminator has moved. I guess I've been using Babylon the whole time, so it's gone two more Babylon craters to the west. And so a few more features are starting to peek out into the sunlight there with that low sun angle. And so you still have ridges and valleys showing up very clearly, a very jagged Terminator and a few islands of light in that Antarctica. On the east side, the Grimaldi appears to be one of the farthest east on the limb and going off over the horizon. Um, Looking at Oriental, that my first impression of it is all of the dark areas appear lighter, which I think makes sense because it is now facing, well, it's still relatively the same to the sun, but my angle to it is different. So I'm looking at it from a little more, even further to the side as we pass it. But all the darker features appear to be just a little bit lighter from this vantage point. The darker ring structure in the outer and inner ring and the interior, as well as the annular ring portion, everything seems to be just a smidge lighter at this point.
Thanks for that description, Ike. Any additional words you can provide on Oriental would be wonderful, as that is such a high priority target for us. And while I have you, as we get closer to target 15, which is the Terminator target, if you can find Zeeman Crater again that you were looking at earlier, everything to your left of Zeeman would be getting into the South Polagan area to help you orient yourself.
Zeeman is a great waypoint out there. I definitely see it. Yeah, Zeeman is. And so Oriental. Okay, another thing. After looking through the zoom camera, going to the 400 millimeter zoom, now looking at it.
That's the camera he has inside.
Some real terrain to them, and now I can see that as terrain. Now that I look at even with my naked eye, I can tell that there's a lot of elevation and that, like I said, a cliff face on that eastern edge where all the darker deposits are. And it's just the scale now. Looking at it from far away before, it seemed like flat with color painted on it, but now that I look at it, I can definitely see that there is, different depositional characteristics. So the darker is some other material, but there's also some shadowing going on because of the cliff face that is a part of that crater wall.
Great description, Victor. Thanks. And really interesting to hear now the distinction between shadow and color. Before I let you go back to other observations, you mentioned that Reed saw a browner hue to the annular ring than the rest of Oriental. Are you seeing that from your vantage point?
The way that I'm looking at Oriental, again, I'm still in the docking hatch window. There's like a thermal couple right here in the center of the window, and it is the orange Kapton tape color, and so it is unfortunately it's like trying to look at stars, next to a metropolis. I think it's drowning out any color that I can pick up from the moon. I am not able to see that color, but I have not looked at it through one of the forward one of the windows 1 through 4. I think when I get away from this Kapton tape strip, that I would be able to see the variation that Reed's talking about.
That is great feedback operationally. Thanks, Victor. I'll leave you to it.
Can y'all hear this okay? You're in the chat room. Tell me how the sound is. It's kind of low. By the way, what you're looking at in the left picture there,
Integrity to science. Here we go.
Yes.
being tall, I would bet.
Stand by, Integrity. We're going to get you a little geologic history here.
Question. Now, while they're working on that, this is a wide angle camera shot on the left because the Orion capsule is huge and it looks small. So if that gives you any idea how close they are, some people complain that the moon, they looked really puny in earlier ones. But if that's the case, this is a small, this is a wide angle shot from a camera mounted on the solar array of the Orion capsule system. What they call Integrity is the name of this one. I don't know if you can see, so I'm going to get my mouse in here. Does anybody know what these are? Hey, Coffee Bean, how you doing, sir? Sounds good on your end. Thank you for the feedback. Hey, Angie, how you doing? Yeah, Coffee Bean. I like Coffee Bean. Hey, little Angie. All right, once again, the view you're seeing is from a camera on the solar array of the Integrity Orion capsule system.
Integrity Science back with you for some lunar volcanism when you're ready.
Go ahead.
You're making our day down here getting to talk about lunar volcanoes. Oriental, as far as mare go, is younger than almost all of the mare on the near side.
Oh,
The
interesting.
exception are features like Aristarchus, which really pop out to you guys and really
That's new.
to us here on Earth. That is younger, but other than that, Oriental is pretty young as far as mare go.
Hey, Brian.
And Kelsey, thanks for that. We love lunar volcanism too.
We're talking about this little Mario right here. This where a lava flow came out when there was an impact. Orientalis.
Yeah, we're going to get you an age for Oriental. And while we're getting that, Christina, can you, maybe you've heard the window team talk about the sort of contacts around Oriental, but because that material is so much younger, if anything pops out to you about physical relationship between that and surrounding terrain, we'd love to hear it.
Did anybody tell me what these are? The feature is younger. It comes from they said lunar volcanism. It probably comes from an impact that caused lava to seep up.
Topic, so I'll leave you with Oriental is 3.8 billion years old.
Real young, just 3.8 billion years old. Now, the big features on the moon are pretty old.
Correct. As is the case with a lot of mare, typically the big basin formed and then the, volcanic eruption was able to punch through the crust where it was weakened by that basin formation.
Yeah, where the crust was fractured. Back when the moon was a lot more molten than it is today. Youngin.
So calling down some questions to the science team on console. The voice you're hearing with those answers is Dr. Kelsey Young. She is joined by Trevor Graff on console today. Christina asking about the age of Oriental and specifically the mare regions. Those are those dark regions that you see. They are paved or filled by volcanic deposits.
No, space girl, in the right place. Just the regolith around the crater stopped it. Now, these thermal blankets on the spacecraft are brilliant white. That's what you got here. This moon should be looking brilliant white, but it's not as white as the spacecraft. So light adjusts, relatively speaking, that makes the moon look dim. You're not going to see any stars because there's so much light washout from the spacecraft itself. And if it wasn't for the spacecraft, the moon wouldn't be so bright that you wouldn't see any stars either. Not that close to it with that much light being reflected. There's a lot of light coming off the moon, very considerable. But they filtered it down.
And for a position swap at the window, we will ask Reed and Jeremy to swap positions. And I'll remind you again about your SD card. And Victor or Christina, I have one window task for the cabin team when you're ready.
Yeah, it's a better than telescope.
They are swapping.
We found a way that we can reinstall the shroud on the window. We understand it's pretty darn bright compared to everything that you're looking at. So in order to reinstall it, we will ask that you retrieve the condensation hose and you install it on a friction fit on the cabin air outlet port. That's right by one of your diffusers. You're going to point that little condensation hose such that the air is flowing over the window pane. Let me know when you're ready for the stowage location.
They're inside the spacecraft now. Apparently looking out the window was too bright. They're trying to get a cover back on the main window. Looks like they got the lights inside turned off.
Christy, is in locker A1.
Crew has gotten a go to reinstall that window shroud they were using to block some of the earth shine.
Earthshine?
This view coming from inside the Orion spacecraft.
Sunshine or moonshine?
Crew members are swapping windows, specifically Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They've been our crew members at the windows taking photos, making annotations, and making recordings that'll be downlinked later to the science team for review.
Yes, Brian. There are hills on the moon.
We'll have a conference tomorrow morning with the crew to get any fresh perspectives or things
Valleys called rills.
during the flyby.
But the mountains aren't jagged like some of the mountains on Earth. They've been pummeled so many micrometeoroids, they're not jagged.
And we are now in the third of 5 observation blocks for the crew scheduled for today. During this flyby, Orion is passing around between 4,000 and 6,000 miles from the moon and providing the crew with a full view of the lunar surface. It's a higher vantage point and much farther than Apollo's lunar orbits on average. So from this view, astronauts can observe both the North and South Pole and large-scale geologic features in one single view.
Yeah, they won't be as close as the Apollo got, but they'll be able to see the entire moon. All the Apollo missions, except for Apollo 13, went into orbit
just under
around the moon.
Until Orion passes behind the moon and we lose communication with the crew. They will be out of reach with any of our deep space network antennas.
So for less than an hour, they're going past behind the moon.
About 40 minutes, and
40
we expect
minutes.
to regain communications with them once they fly behind the other side of the moon. While they are behind the moon, they will also reach their max Earth altitude as well as their closest approach to the lunar surface.
Yeah, real tall sand dunes.
Right now, it's a live stream from a camera on Orion's solar array. You are looking at a live view of the moon, and 4 people are inside that spacecraft taking pictures of it, telling us everything that they are seeing. The first humans to do so in over 50 years.
54
They'll be
years.
sending those pictures down for all of us to enjoy, and of course, especially
Well, almost
the science
54.
team who are very excited for what they are learning today. It appears the Artemis 2 spacecraft, Orion, is now under 5,000 miles away from the moon. Again, we expect their closest distance to the moon be about 4,066 miles. That is an estimate at this point, and we will make sure to share that closest approach distance once we receive it.
So it'll be about 4,000 miles from the moon. Closest approach. It's going to be further away from the Earth. Probably than anybody's ever been.
Question. Just want us to cool the window with the condensation hose, or did you want
Last mission there was 1972. 1972 was the last mission there.
We definitely want you to cool down the window with the condensation hose. It's crew preference whether you put the shroud back on. The hose will allow you to do that if it helps with your lunar flyby.
I'm trying to put a shroud on to cut the light down.
Okay, copy. We're going to do both at the same time. Thank you.
It's probably actually not that dark inside the capsule. It's just so much light's coming in through the window. I fired rocket motors Had cameras pointed at them, and the rocket motor would be so bright it'd make everything else look like night around it. The cameras.
Thank you for that suggestion. The cabin is darkened again, and that makes a big difference for the imagery. And for science, we are now seeing a half moon.
Thank you, Victor. We're happy to hear it. And we see half moon, full moon joy still.
They're going to be the most isolated people in the world when they get on the other side of the moon. Farthest away, no communications possible. We don't have a satellite around the moon that will give them a data relay. If anything happens, we won't know about it for 40 minutes. 40 minutes. Yeah, they're meaner. The moon's meaner than us.
Reporting from Orion that they are seeing half the moon, which is about what it looks like here from this view from the spacecraft. However, what has
happy birthday, Angie.
For this mission, everyone is reporting full moon joy.
Happy birthday, Angie. I had a great 50th birthday. My old club, the Huntsville, Alabama L5 Society, threw a big party for me. All my space buddies showed up. At least the ones in Huntsville, Alabama, back when I was there. That's been a little while ago now. Well, the best birthday party I ever had. So I hope you have a good one.
We are keeping up with which targets the crew is tracking through their lunar targeting package. They are just wrapping up their second.
Another observation, the window team commented on it. Christine and I discussed a bit. Is in Hertzsprung, the solid and intact crater is very smooth. If you were a dirt road, it's very hard packed, and then you go outside of it, and that outer crater, that's the one that is older. It is a little rougher and more jagged. It starts to get into more loose-looking terrain, and the smooth interior also causes the crater side of the larger crater, the smaller craters, to have really sharp edges, sharp distinct edges. And just a general comment on that area, Hertzsprung, that whole area, the average albedo there is darker. That is, I would say, 3. And the average albedo around Oriental and between Oriental and Home, excluding the wedge, the darker wedge, is more on the 6-7. And that they also seem to be different texturally. Christina described it earlier around Hertzsprung, and then from Hertzsprung toward Oriental, there appears to be a frozen rippling pond. Water. It's cool. It would be pokey, except for right there in the center of Hertzsprung, it looks paved, like a paved road.
Paved road.
Victor, that's a wonderful description. Going from a paved road to lava reminds us of the Icelandic Highlands. Thanks for that.
10 miles per hour. Let's see. Hang on. I'll be able to pull that up in a minute. Oh, sweet. I've got another.
The intact crater at Hertzsprung is
eyeballs.
albedo variation. I think I heard one of the window crew maybe say color variation, but definitely albedo variation. There's lighter patches and slightly darker patches. It's not whirling. It's just,
Well, 962 miles an hour. They're slowing down as they reach the moon. 4,795 miles from the moon.
This patchy is really helpful for us.
252,390 miles from Earth, which means they're way out. Actually out past the moon. They're farther away from Earth than the moon. They're going around the moon. They're going to be 4,000 miles above the moon when they go around it. Closest approach.
You're on the plan and starting the discussion of the Terminator. And boy, I'm loving the Terminator. I think I know it's not purely a moon feature, but what it does to the features of the moon, to the terrain, I've probably spent the most time describing into my recordings and thinking about and looking at the Terminator. There's just so much magic in the Terminator.
It's talking about the line between the dark and the light, right? Right here.
So visually captivating that the Terminator is the most striking thing that I've seen so far.
We've been loving your evocative descriptions, Victor. You really are bringing us along with you, and we're following along with visualizations that pale in comparison to your descriptions. Thanks. Integrity Science, one more question on a status of what the window team chose to observe for crew choice.
Window
Wonderful, thank you.
another observation about Oriental, I would say, is the features going off to the southwest, the two large, almost look like scratches in the surface. I don't know if they're rays or chains or west from Oriental Basin. To flying over something with elevation.
Love to hear it, Victor. And you had it that those chains are actually crater rays, secondary craters formed from the formation of Oriental.
Yeah, speaking of crater rays, the crater rays that are going off to the north, northwest, that run off toward Hertzsprung and I believe toward Vavilov. I'm not looking at it right now, but those crater rays are very interesting. They're all very small. I know you've imaged this, but they're all small and they look like, a big impact launched rocks and things that make smaller impacts down the way. But something very interesting, and again, you can see this in imagery, but some of them are
Fantastic, Victor. And I'll note that we can infer that you're looking down at your freshly named Integrity crater, which is near the end of one of those beautiful crater rays from Oriental. Thanks for the description.
Now, Helen, this is the first manned or crewed flight test of the Ryan capsule.
Yeah, you're welcome. It's easily identifiable with the naked eye from this point.
This is an experimental flight. So basically, they're giving this thing the shakedown prior to future missions. It's the first time ever, the first flight of a spacecraft, a crewed flight, went around the moon. All the other first crewed flights went around Earth in low Earth orbit first. Although this spacecraft has traveled around the moon once. It was launched on a suborbital flight. It was launched unmanned on a low Earth orbit flight by a Delta 4 Heavy, I think. And then it was launched by the SLS on the previous flight around the moon, uncrewed, and now it's got a crewed flight. The thing to worry about is the heat shield. The heat shield on the first return flight
We've been hearing
had a lot of damage to it.
situation reports from Victor Glover, the pilot of the Artemis 2 mission, calling down to the science team, letting them know what he is seeing. And one of those things is Hertzsprung Basin.
Now, one
If you
thing,
look just to the right of the Terminator, that is the difference between light and darkness on the moon. You can see what he's describing when he says Hertzsprung Basin and how it looks a little bit paved in the middle there. It's almost in the very center of the moon in this view, coming from the Orion spacecraft and a camera mounted on its solar array.
he's talking about one of the craters at the Terminator between the light and the dark. I don't know which one he's talking about, but apparently this camera's got 2 zoom settings on it. It's got a,
We are now,
but they're still all wide angle shots.
23 hours and 23 minutes into the flight of Artemis 2, and we are standing by for their lunar loss of signal in about 43 minutes. Again, spacecraft will fly behind the moon, and during that time, we won't have communication with them. They will be out of reach of our deep space network. However, we will regain communication with them approximately 40 minutes later when they come around the other side of the moon.
Yeah, the moon will be blocked off. The deep space network is these giant antennas on the ground that are built to be able to pick up weaker signals.
Spacecraft are currently discussing the Terminator, that difference between day and night.
Well, 957 miles an hour right now.
The team is interested in learning about the topography and the color of the lunar surface. And it's already been very interesting to hear that they have seen colors like greens and browns while looking at the moon.
They got a much better view than our camera that we're looking from.
Discuss are how do the quantities and sizes of craters and mountains vary along the Terminator, and they are looking for the crew to describe the topography of features along or near the Terminator. They're also looking for more information on any color or tone variations, and they're hoping that the crew will take images to illustrate their findings.
I can't wait till we get the actual images the crew are taking from their cameras.
When they are photographing at the window.
They got a lot better cameras than this thing that's on the solar
We are
array.
hearing the conversations that the crew is having right now, but these are being recorded to their personal computer devices, PCDs, and those will be sent down to the science team. The science team will have a conference with the crew tomorrow morning to discuss their findings and experience when looking at the moon today.
Oh, man, I'll try to find out when that conference is. We'll see a lot better pictures then. Cowboy, how you doing?
We have a few minutes left while the crew is discussing the Terminator. And if you're just joining us, you're looking at a live view of the moon, our moon, from the Orion spacecraft and a camera on its solar array. Inside that spacecraft, 4 astronauts, Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen, the first 4 people to fly around the moon in over 50 years.
Jeremy Hansen's a Canadian. First Canadian to ever go around the moon. Glover's the first black man to go around the moon. Christine is the first woman.
Has already surpassed one record today. The crew passed the Apollo 13 distance record at 12:57 p.m. Central, 1:57 p.m. Eastern. Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen calling down that he hopes it's a record soon broken by other explorers.
So they're further away from the Earth than anybody has ever been before. I passed around the moon at some distance. It's a wide angle this trajectory is. Well, when they were on the far side of the moon and a couple of other missions, they heard some weird music. Some really weird music. No one could explain it. Not explained to this day.
We are live in Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas, monitoring the flight of Artemis 2. All of the flight controllers here, each monitoring a different system aboard the Orion spacecraft.
You're approaching the object that's.
We are waiting for our cabin and window teams to swap again. We have a 15-minute handover time here, and I have a couple of items I want to read up to you. They'll require you to write something down on your knee boards. So let me know when you're ready.
It's inside the capsule there. Looks like they got the window shutter down pretty tight. Probably because of light. Outside's really bright.
Copy integrity. First of all, once you start this next shift here, during this lunar observation shift, we will begin our lunar LOS. So you can expect a call from me a few minutes prior reminding you. And second of all, Fido just sent us updated altitudes and METs for lunar closest approach and max Earth altitude. Let me know when you are ready to write those down. They differ slightly from Optimus.
They're approaching a 2,000-mile wide object, the moon, at 954 miles an hour.
Lunar closest approach will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 25 minutes, 34 seconds. And the altitude will be 4,067 statute miles. Maximum Earth altitude will be at MET 5 days, 0 hours, 27 minutes, 39 seconds, with an altitude of 252,756 statute miles.
Right now, they're 252,508 miles out. I assume that's statute miles, not nautical. 4,550 miles from the moon. Parsecs.
Fido to work, and I appreciate the metric.
That's a joke.
Other than that, I have no new vehicle statuses to pass to you. Enjoy your handover time, and we're looking forward to picking back up with you shortly.
I will talk to you shortly.
What I worry about is the re-entry. Because the Orion capsule on the previous re-entry was in pretty bad shape. So a lot of people worried about the risk of that. Now they're going to try a different re-entry trajectory, thinking that'll help.
Words called from Capcom, Jenny Gibbons, CSA astronaut,
Could make it
and
worse.
two backup crew members to the crew working aboard the Orion spacecraft. Had a little bit of a view inside the cabin. As you can see, it is very dark. The crew has turned off the lights, and the light that you were able to see is coming through the window, a reflection of Earthshine and from the moon. The crew is moving into their next observation block, meaning they are taking time to switch cabin and window teams. We've had Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen at the windows taking pictures and making annotations and recording some audio files that will be downlinked later to the science team. Meanwhile, Victor Glover and Christina Cook were in the background serving as support. They were also timelined to enjoy a little bit of their midday meal.
Wiseman's the commander.
Now that we are
Glover's the pilot.
The support team becomes Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. They will be in the background helping with SD card swaps, as well as providing those situational reports to the science team. Victor Glover and Christina Cook will be the astronauts at the window, photographing and speaking into those PCDs, portable computing devices, about what they're seeing on the moon.
It comes back toward Earth. Earth's gravity will be pulling it in from all that distance. They'll be going.
This block is also when we will lose communications with the crew. That LOS, or loss of signal, is scheduled to be less than 35 minutes from now. We anticipate to be out of signal with them for about 40 minutes, and we'll regain that communication once they've flown around the other side of the moon.
Wow, I wish they'd been going to lower. I wish they actually went in lunar orbit. That'd be some cool imagery. I can't wait till we get their camera views. They got better cameras than this stupid camera out on the solar array. I'm surprised that thing even has a zoom capability. None of the cameras we put on the space launch system had a zoom capability. They were just fixed. So
now, even though the crew will be flying behind the moon, their observation period does not stop. They will still be taking pictures and making annotations of what they are seeing. They'll be looking for the limb of the moon, Earth set, and then Vavilov crater, which we have previously seen. They'll swap positions at the window before moving into a crew choice option. They will get to pick things that are interesting to them on the surface, take pictures, and explain why they find them that way. They'll also be looking for any impact flashes. These are short-lived flashes on the lunar surface caused by impact bombardment.
it'd be interesting to see any impacts.
Just
Meteoroids.
before Earthrise, the crew will be looking for lofted lunar dust. This may be lofted just above the lunar surface, and we could only see it just before Earthrise along the dark western limb. Any Earthshine would illuminate potential lofted dust. But once the crew is all the way around the Earth, the brightness of the Earth will wash out any of that dust they might be able to see.
You know, what happens on the moon is the sun charges up the little particles and they get electrostatically levitated.
We're very interested to see if the crew might be able to capture some of that lunar dust today.
So the fact that the lunar dust gets levitated and drops back down makes you think that the footprints left behind by the previous Apollo missions may not look as crisp as they did originally.
The next will be Earthrise. We will regain communications with the crew shortly after Earthrise.
Earth below me.
There will be a short observation break period where the moon is not in view. That's because we are also anticipating the crew seeing an eclipse today. The moon won't be in view because the team here in Mission Control Houston will need to change the attitude of the spacecraft and ensure that its solar arrays are gathering light from the sun heading into that eclipse period. So we will have communication with the crew, we just won't be able to see the moon.
They'll be able to see it.
Views during that eclipse time frame. During that time, the science team is looking to know it will only be illuminated by Earthshine at that point. So they want to know what the whole moon looks like overall, but they also want the crew to look into deep space and potentially see if they can spot any planets.
Yeah, when the light gets dimmed down. You got too much light washing everything out right now.
Once the eclipse is over, the lunar flyby period will have ended.
I don't know how long this broadcast will be available for. 40 minutes, though. We won't hear from them.
Today, we remain live 24/7 on NASA's YouTube.
They're saying they're live 24/7. They weren't last night.
Go ahead.
Well, at least they didn't have any coverage. It was a blue screen. That's inside the capsule. Actually they're seeing the far side, but they're so far out, we still can get communications from them. But when they pass directly behind the moon, we won't be able to get communications. If they're able to see the far side, that's where they're at. But they just haven't got to the point going around the moon because they're 4,000 miles above the moon. But in a little bit, they'll be eclipsed or occulted by the moon. There'll be no communications. That's probably about 30 minutes, a little less than 30 minutes from now. Well, we can't get the pictures from their own cameras yet. They'll have to transmit them down. Yeah, they got a couple crewmen who'll be taking pictures out the windows. A couple of others, I guess, run the spacecraft. So we got a couple mission specialists on board, a pilot and a commander.
Spacecraft, and it's a little hard to make out, but on the left there, that is Jeremy Hansen, just calling down some well wishes to his family, joining us in the viewing room and watching online.
Yeah, he's the Canadian.
Currently in the window are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. They are taking pictures outside of the window as they are now in their flyby observation block. At this time, Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen are serving as support crew members, and they are also going to have an opportunity to enjoy their midday meal at this time.
Lunchtime.
On the lunch menu today for Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen, we have vegetarian chili, salmon croquettes, chicken with peanut sauce, sweet and savory kale, pickled beets, chocolate pudding, barbecued beef brisket, spaghetti and meat sauce, Italian vegetables, butternut squash, candy-coated chocolate, and maybe even a little bit of coffee.
Somebody's having barbecue brisket and somebody else is having a vegetarian. I'd go with a brisket.
And if you look closely, you can see it looks like they are getting into some of their food for the midday meal. All of the food on the spacecraft is rehydratable. We don't have an option for fresh food if there's not a refrigerated section of the Orion spacecraft. So all of this food can either be rehydrated or eaten straight from the package, just depends on what the food actually is. And for food that needs to be rehydrated, there is information on each package of how much water needs to fill that bag and what temperature it needs to be.
What Christina cooks, that's kind of restraint around all that.
39 minutes, 40 minutes actually, into the flight of Artemis 2, the spacecraft now under 4,500 miles from the moon.
Food substance. At least they're not having to eat it out of a toothpaste tube.
Under 30 minutes away from loss of signal with the astronauts, we will regain that communication about 40 minutes later.
Yeah, I think at one time all the food came out of a toothpaste tube.
Documenting what they're seeing while they're behind the moon. And we especially look forward to potential Earthset and Earthrise views.
Earthrise will be cool.
As you can see on the left side of your screen, we are streaming this solar array camera view throughout the flyby. And the science team also plans to capture an occasional still photo with the solar array intermittently, perhaps one every 8 to 10 minutes. Still photos represent the highest resolution imagery from those GoPro cameras. So starting 5 minutes before Earthset and loss of signal,
yeah, pre-cut, freeze-dried,
photos, one every 30
rehydrated,
seconds, to include Earthset, all the way through 5 minutes after Earthrise and acquisition of signal.
Kind of like an MRE.
In order to capture these frequent photos, the solar array camera that we were streaming will need to switch to time-lapse photo mode. So during this time, the streaming video quality won't be as sharp as you have it right now, but we want to ensure that the science team captures the data that they need during these time frames. And we really look forward to seeing those higher resolution images once they're available. But with the view you are seeing right now, we are sharing bandwidth on the Orion spacecraft with every system that is keeping the spacecraft powered and the crew alive, especially the environmental control and life support system. As this is the first flight with crew, this is also the first flight of a life support system, keeping the crew healthy and safe on the way to the moon and the way home.
Not a system test.
On the timeline, we're getting towards the end of the cabin and window team.
I bet the tube food was disgusting.
Astronauts Victor Glover and Christina Cook are already photographing the moon outside of those windows. The next target is Ohm Crater, and this is something that they have photographed previously during the flyby. This is a small, complex crater with a prominent ray system, and as referenced earlier, it's the size of the Eye of the Sahara.
Oh, well, some of those craters might have jagged edges around some of the mountains. The regular mountains are pretty smooth, rounded out, kind of like giant dunes.
And once throughout the flyby allows the crew to photograph it at different lighting conditions.
But the impacts tend to round off things.
Different portions of the target, and can help the science team learn a little bit more about how it formed and what it is today.
I hope we got some telescopes and telephoto lenses so I can get some close-up shots. On board a capsule, the solar wing cameras just got 2 zoom settings on it. It's wide angle, even when it narrows in a little bit. Now, if you go back to when we first started the video, you'll see the moon actually looked a little bit smaller. They're going around behind the far side of the moon, which should be dark because we're almost full moon right now. It won't all be dark, but a good bit of it will be. The moon has a 14-day daylight and 14-day nighttime compared to Earth. 28, it's a 28-day total day cycle.
Again, this view inside the spacecraft as the crew continues photographing the
Yes, there's hills and valleys.
They have turned the lights off to allow them to better get photos of the moon, preventing any reflections from coming in from the spacecraft.
It'd be kind of hard to stow away. Yeah. The original two that's watching was a lot chattier about what they're seeing than the two looking out the window now. Wiseman was making a lot of comments, but he's out the window anymore. He's the commander. Yeah, Glover and Christina Cook at the window now, taking photographs. Yeah, they are on a free trajectory around the moon. They've done a couple of correction burns just to change the course a little bit, but the velocity was set by the translunar injection burn. So everything here is just they're just coasting. So right now their current velocity is, hang on a minute, guys, 944 miles an hour. When they come back toward Earth, Earth's gravity will start accelerating their approach to Earth, and their peak velocity will be about 25,000 miles an hour when they hit the atmosphere.
Before they move into a discussion of the limb. Now, the science team has asked for a science sit rep or situation report during that time, so we hope to hear from the crew on what they are observing.
Yeah, a minute.
If you've been following along, at the start of the day, we did have much more of the moon visible. And even just an hour or so ago, we could see about half of the moon. We are now continuing to see more of the far side and that darkness where the moon is not reflecting light from the sun. Earlier, we were also able to see some of those darker portions, that old lava flow that we often see on the near side of the moon and that we can all see from Earth. That has mostly gone away. We are now just seeing very little of Oriental that's down to the bottom right of the moon. You can see just a small dark portion near the limb. We are now about 18 minutes away from loss of signal with the Orion crew.
It ain't gonna look a lot larger in that particular camera.
Network to communicate with the crew members when they are this far from Earth. This is the first mission since Apollo when we have had humans on the Deep Space Network. You recently heard Capcom Jenny Gibbons call to the crew. We expect their closest approach to the moon to be at MET or mission elapsed time of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds. At that time, their altitude would be 4,067 statute miles above the Earth's surface.
Moons. She said it wrong.
Just over
Moon
2
surface.
reach their maximum distance from Earth at mission elapsed time of 5 minutes, 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds. The altitude at that time would be 252,756 statute miles. These are our latest numbers, and we'll make sure to verify and confirm those once those milestones have been achieved. Obviously, we will be without communication to the spacecraft at that time. So once we regain communication, we will make sure to find out those numbers and report those to you.
Christina's got a notepad strapped to her leg so they don't float away. You see the strap over that notepad if you look careful. And she's got a keyboard kind of balancing on the other leg. I wonder how that's staying in place. Might be strapped in some fashion. Velcroed, I don't know. You can see the cord around her just kind of floating around her on her arm. Well, if you look at it change over time, but it's not changing fast. It's kind of like watching grass grow. Brian, tell me about the picture from the moon from the outside. That Maria is no longer visible like it was. Next time they go back to it, you'll notice that. So they're actually going around toward the dark side of the moon as they go to the far side. Now, the far side is not always the dark side, but from the Earth's perspective, we've almost got a full moon right now. The full moon was actually a couple days ago, but it's almost a full moon. So most of the dark side is coincidentally right now on the far side, and they're heading behind the moon. If you notice, right here was that Maria. They're going this way. You know, that was a lot more visible earlier. But the Terminator isn't moving. Well, really, the Terminator. Hey, we got a super chat. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Awesome. Salute to you, Brian, for a super chat of the day. Christina kind of floating around there.
Checking in on the lunar targeting package, the crew is now in their discussion of the limb, the limb of the moon, that illuminated part. Currently at the windows taking photos and making annotations are Victor Glover and Christina Cook. We are expecting loss of signal in about 13 minutes. We will regain that signal with the crew about 40 minutes later.
Now, let me explain something. When we looked at this Terminator earlier, it looked straight from the perspective they were at. The Terminator itself is not moving because it takes, quite a while for that line to move, a lot longer than what we're going to be viewing. But what's happening is this was almost like a straight line. Now it's more curved.
In more than 50 years, that humans will observe the moon directly, a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions.
So they're going behind the moon back here. Like I said, this is more curved than it was when we started. It was straighter. And plus, we were able to see this Maria because they were facing better. We don't see the Maria.
Throughout this broadcast, which is the primary tool guiding the crew observations, and that consists of two key components. The first of those is the lunar geography review, which helped the astronauts study major lunar features in advance. That also helped them learn to orient themselves during the flyby. The lunar targeting plan provides a detailed timeline of observation targets, background science context, and specific instructions for the picture the crew should take, and verbal descriptions of what will be helpful to the science team reviewing those pictures later. That's what we've been tracking real time and what the crew is using right now to keep up with their next milestone.
Yeah, so this is the Occidental Maria right here, crater. Now, these will be lit the same, but what you're seeing now is more curvature because they're going in behind the moon. But we're about to lose signal because the Earth is out the other direction. So we got about 10 minutes till the signal cuts off. Oh, wait a minute. I'm sending a different broadcast is actually showing, you can see Earth on the other side of the moon. Looks like. We're looking to official NASA. Maybe I'll switch back to the wide angle here in a minute. We're looking at the official NASA YouTube broadcast. Somebody's got a different broadcast. I'm looking at them on my work computer. I don't have to change them, hunt and peck around. We might miss something. If they switch back to the wider angle.
Integrity Houston, 10 minutes till the LOS. We'll take a snappy sit rep from the cabin if you have one.
10 minutes to loss of signal. 2 minutes lost signal, then no signal for 40 minutes.
A minute warning for the LOS, and I'll take a quick sit rep from the cabin, please.
I wish it'd switch out the wider angle. Because I think Earth is just on the right side of the moon.
Full of excitement.
Okay, there's another camera somewhere scanned over the view.
Copy, Jeremy. We'd like to know what camera Reed is using and also the status of window 1. Looks like there might be a shroud removed. Copy. That makes a lot of sense to us, Jeremy. I want to remind you, coming up on this LOS, it will take sit reps in the blind. And as more and more of the moon is in darkness, we will take any report you have on impact flashes.
There we are. Look at that. Now you can see the Earth. You can see the Earth to the right. The Earth and the moon have got the same angle of the sun. That's why you're seeing both a crescent moon and a crescent Earth. When they lose signal, you won't be able to see the Earth. I think this picture's delayed though. I don't think this is actually live. I think the picture's a little bit delayed, the one we're looking at.
You're getting your first live look at Orion, the moon, and the Earth. Everyone in this picture.
Yeah, we're on a NASA YouTube. We're on the NASA YouTube channel, official NASA broadcast. That's what I'm bringing it to you through.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft.
Yep. If I try to take a screenshot, I tried it during the video of the last time that it stopped the video or something messed up.
4 crew members: Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen.
That's a great view right there.
And on the Earth, all of us, all of humanity.
We're all down there in that screen on the right.
To get a little bit dimmer.
We're all right here.
We're going to pass behind it. Now 6 minutes and 26 seconds away from that.
We're all down there right now.
Out of communication with
it's looking back at us.
Until they come around the other side of the moon and we can reestablish contact.
All down there, that little crescent on the right. Imagine that, guys. Now look how much more curved the moon looks now. The Terminator.
Integrity Houston, you are 6 minutes from your 40-minute lunar flyby LOS.
Wow.
From all of us, it's a privilege to witness you carrying the fire past our farthest reach. Thank you. Godspeed.
Wow. This is a special moment in time, guys.
lot. Most would like to remind you of one of the most important mysteries there on earth, and that's love. Christ said in response to what was the greatest command, that it was to love God with all that you are.
Beautiful.
And he also, being a great teacher, said the second is equal to it, and that is to love your neighbor as yourself. And
Wow.
so, as we
Wow. Wow. The day after Easter, quoting Jesus, about to go by the dark side of the moon.
We'll see
This-
on the other side.
This is so much like the first time around the moon where they're reading Genesis on Christmas Eve. Oh my gosh.
on the other
What a magical moment, people. This is bringing tears to my eyes. What a magical moment. Wow. Holy smoke. What a magical moment. How beautiful is that, my friends? How beautiful is that? Guys, I've been telling you that there's plenty of astronauts and engineers working the space program that believe in God. Some people don't think that, but I know because I've been there, worked it. Wow. That is so magical. The day after Easter, Easter Monday, like Christmas Eve. Oh, there's just something about that. It's just magical. Maybe that's why America's got the moon first, last, and we're back.
From NASA astronaut Victor Glover, and a little bit of a love letter from the other side of the moon all the way to Earth.
This view is a little bit
Glover
delayed.
touching on the teachings of Jesus, including to love your neighbor as yourself. We are now less than 3 minutes away from loss of signal.
Look how close to Earth's getting to the moon. All history of mankind,
The Artemis 2 crew
all life,
for about 40 minutes as they are on the other side of the moon.
all there's ever been is down on that little crescent to the right. Everything we've ever known, our vast world, all of it through all history is on that little crescent just to the right of the moon, which is about to disappear, and they'll lose signal. They may lose signal before it disappears because it depends on where the deep tracking network is. But you can see that little crescent is going behind the moon. In a little bit, they will not be able to see the Earth. Question is when does the deep space tracking antenna that's tracking get eclipsed? That's when we lose the signal. You might still see a little bit of Earth when they lose the signal. I don't know. That'd be curious to see. Will the Earth totally disappear when we lose the signal, or will it be almost disappeared? Wow. Wow. Isn't this magical, my friends? Tell me this isn't a magic moment. Love is 63 kiddo space monkeys.
Just about a minute and a half now until we lose communication with the astronauts aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. Now 5 days and 6 minutes.
Ransom, how you doing? Good to see you in the house, Ransom. Glad you joined us for
We'll
this
be out of communication
magic
for
moment.
about 40 minutes. And this really beautiful view of a crescent moon
Marie.
and a crescent Earth.
Cold chills. Yes.
How great thou art.
How great thou art. Look, the Earth is disappearing. It's colliding on the moon. It's gone. They lost signal. They lost signal. I said we might lose signal before the Earth. No, they hadn't lost it entirely. It was just some, I don't know, maybe it's starting to lose. Okay, what's happening? I said he may lose signal before the Earth gets totally eclipsed there. It depends on where that tracking, deep space tracking antenna is that's watching. Now, they ain't lost it completely yet. There we go. Signal's getting iffy. It's getting iffy.
30 seconds now until we expect
30 seconds. Watch the Earth disappear. The Earth is sitting behind the moon. Oh my gosh, guys, it's disappearing. It is disappearing. Look at the big crescent of the moon. Is it gone? Not yet. Almost, though. We're seconds away. Total loss of signal. Bye-bye, Earth. Wow. Disappearing. Earth is setting. Have they lost the signal now? They may have. That may be it. That's probably it right there. Like I said, now we're in a simulation. Wow, they're 4,132 miles from the moon, going 935 miles an hour, 252,722 miles from Earth. Look at that, guys. Now we'll be blacked out for 40 minutes roughly. So I don't know if we want to continue the broadcast, just let it play.
And we have confirmation of loss of signal of the Orion spacecraft.
Yeah, it's lost.
Flies behind the moon. We expect to regain communications with them in another approximately 40 minutes. This was expected as their spacecraft is now out of direct line of sight with Earth and behind the moon. And this is a poignant moment as it's the first time in over 50 years that we have humans completely unreachable by anyone else on Earth. No matter how distant or secluded, we could reach anyone living on Earth, but while the crew flies behind the moon, it's simply impossible to make contact with them. This is a live view inside the Science Evaluation Room here at Johnson Space Center and just down the hall from Mission Control. This team has been monitoring the flyby all day as the team has continued capturing targets on the lunar surface.
Wow, there's some happy people there.
We even got to see this team in action as they were helping the astronauts identify some of the features they were seeing on the moon, but not expecting. There will be a couple of milestones during this loss of signal. The first will be when the
Right, Ransom.
make their closest approach of the moon at MET 5
Dun,
days,
dun,
25
dun,
minutes,
dun,
and
dun.
34 seconds, when we expect they'll be 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface.
A great beginnings playing.
Earth altitude will be reached just 2 minutes later at 5 days, 27 minutes, and 39 seconds, when their altitude should be approximately 252,756 statute miles. Once those milestones are reached and we have confirmation, we will report the official numbers.
They'll know when it's supposed to be. You can't actually confirm it without direct data from the spacecraft, but it's not going to move. The trajectory is set. It's set.
Throughout the Artemis 2 mission, astronaut voice, images, video, and vital mission data must traverse thousands of miles carried on signals from NASA's powerful communications systems, the Near Space Network and the Deep Space Network. Let's learn a little bit more.
NASA's Artemis 2 will send 4 astronauts around the moon, preparing humanity for a long-term lunar presence and future journeys to Mars. Enabling communication and navigation for this test flight are NASA's Near Space Network and Deep Space Network. With antennas around the world and a fleet of relay satellites, the networks will deliver vital data to and from Earth through all phases of the mission. The networks are seamlessly integrated at NASA's Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas, where Mission Control coordinates the network handovers. These transfers represent a delicate dance between the two networks, exchanging support as the mission shoots toward the moon. On the launch pad and during their early orbit phases, NASA's Orion spacecraft and Space Launch System rocket will rely on communications and tracking services from the Near Space Network. After its translunar injection burn, the Deep Space Network's global array of antennas will serve as Orion's primary communication support during lunar orbit. As the mission journeys farther into space and away from Earth, signal strength weakens and bandwidth is conserved for crew communications. The astronauts will have a near constant connection to Earth, ensuring their safety on a journey farther into space than ever before. We say near constant because as Orion goes behind the moon, a planned loss in communications will occur. The Deep Space Network will be standing by to reacquire the signal as Orion reappears. The Artemis 2 mission also provides an opportunity to test new capabilities. Using laser links, NASA will periodically transmit Orion data to showcase the benefits laser communications could have for future human spaceflight missions. The data from Orion, sent by radio signals or laser links, is massive. The mission is gathering images, data, and video, while also generating details about mission health and crew voice files. All of that data gets processed here on Earth, where systems compress it for efficiency.
And new days, they're behind the moon these days.
So the image
We've had loss of signal. They're behind the moon. We can't talk to them.
Artemis 2 test flight.
Nobody can see them. They're totally isolated from the rest of humanity.
We explore the moon and journey forward to Mars.
Well, yeah, if aliens grab them, we'll never know. That's not happening. Well, thank you, guys. Actually, you don't see a laser beam in space because it don't have the atmosphere to reflect some of the particles of the light away from it, so it's coherent. Unlike the movies Star Wars and stuff like that, where you see lasers and you hear explosions in space, there's no sound in space either. It's very surreal. I mean, there's sounds in your cabin. So that was the odd thing on one of the other missions when they were hearing like music in their capsule. They couldn't figure it out.
3 minutes until we expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion. And in the meantime, I've got Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead, here with us. Thanks for joining me, Kelsey. Thanks for having me. This is such an exciting day. Oh, no kidding. It has been so cool to hear you communicating directly with the crew. And I know that you have been preparing for this for years, so I am so excited for you and for your team. So just to get into that background a little bit, tell me about your background and what you've been doing on console.
My background is as a field geologist. Actually, I studied impact cratering in the field for my PhD. So all these descriptions of impact craters have me just.
Well, yeah, God's still with them. I just mean separate from humanity.
During my PhD, I got an internship at NASA and ultimately never left to integrate science into flight operations. So we developed the Science Officer Console, for which this is the first mission we're supporting. We developed the Science Evaluation Room that's right upstairs. And so it's
Done spatial pro. Okay, Jeff, good.
This operation structure come to fruition, especially on a day like today.
I would have to imagine so. And we've got a great view of the Science Evaluation Room right now. Is there anything that has stood out to your team so far?
Absolutely. So as you might have heard in some of the press,
There'll be additional Star Wars.
Well,
that's just the way it is, all your sci-fi movies.
Exciting targets.
They have explosions in space. You can fly right through the shrapnel. Nothing hurts you. That don't work either. Sound in space. Well, you get explosions, kind of sound. You don't see the lasers
here from the near side, and those greenish hues could actually tell us something about the volcanic evolution of that area. So you can bet that the science team is going to be prioritizing downlinking those images and the crew audio that we didn't hear that went into those recordings to learn a little bit more.
Wow, that is fascinating. I was hearing those colors and very interested just from a personal standpoint, because looking at the moon from 250,000 miles away, we don't see green or brown. So just hearing that, them being so close and getting to see that, fascinating. And I know it's very exciting for you. So what are you expecting to see in the upcoming portion of the flyby?
The upcoming portion is actually going to be really exciting. So right now, as we speak, while folks in the room are kind of taking their stretch breaks and everything, the crew are still hard at work. They still have targets to image and describe during this LOS. But when we come out, the first thing, of course, we're going to hear about is Earthrise. We're really looking forward to hearing about the crew's experience with something that we can connect with and that, Apollo 8 brought us such amazing images from. Then we start to get into describing the Terminator, as well as looking for things like lofted dust, which tell us about the modern lunar environment. Then the vehicle's going to orient away from the moon for an hour and then pivot back for the eclipse observations, which is a whole different set of science observations that we're really looking forward to.
It's kind of nice that the crew will get a little break.
I am Santa. Ho, ho, ho.
With photos and videos and annotations. What are you hoping that the crew sees coming up? Is it that lunar dust?
Oh my goodness, that's a hard question.
Cold in the shadows.
We've gotten such great descriptions. I mean, the Terminator seems to just be like one of their favorite things to look at and describe. So I feel like, that was something we were looking forward to. I feel like we really got some great descriptions. So absolutely, I'm looking to the human moment of Earthrise. Lofted dust is an exciting one, and lofted dust will be a target for them in the right after, right around the time of Earthrise, but again in the eclipse period. So I'm really looking forward to seeing. I mean, they've already highlighted just in the course of their flyby so far how the moon has changed, and this is going to be even more dramatic change to go from their end of this kind of lunar illuminated piece of the flyby into the eclipse time frame. And I can tell you they're going to be experiencing a very different moon during that time, and I can't wait to hear what their observations are.
Yeah, that's absolutely fascinating. And what an privilege that we get to do that on this mission, because that's not always the case. If we had launched on a different day other than April 1st or 2nd, we wouldn't have gotten to see that eclipse. Is that right?
That's correct. April 1st and 2nd. I will say, I was asked a lot in the weeks leading up to the launch.
Light suits, huh?
Day. And my answer truly was there is no bad day to launch to the moon. We were going to get great science.
They got same color. What's going on with that?
The opportunity to, bring the sun into the picture, bring different planetary bodies into the picture while still literally keeping the moon in center stage.
Fascinating. So what differences are we looking for at each site? We're hearing a lot of different terms. We're looking at craters, we're looking at mare. What are the differences that you're hoping to see?
We do have, as you highlight, kind of different prompts for each target. That's what they're looking at in their lunar targeting plan, which I know you've been showing. And we have even different prompts for the person with the really long lens on the camera versus the people with the unaided eye. And you've heard the crew talk about, oh my goodness, when I go from one to the other, I can really detect different nuances. And that's something that we experienced in simulations, but hearing them actually, see it for real has been really gratifying. But we're looking for different things based on the target. Sometimes we're looking for color. Sometimes we're looking for texture. For the Terminator, we're looking at kind of what texture and morphologies pop out to you and what kind of diversity you see along the Terminator. You've heard, Victor especially make some
Girl Scouts.
future impacts for exploration. So already I think that their descriptions in this first part of the flyby have told us something scientifically, but also about future surface missions.
Well, it was so interesting to hear Victor talking about he was imagining in his mind's eye being down on the surface and walking around. That was very cool to hear. And when we're thinking about targets, I know some of them are determined based on the launch day because that determines the lunar illumination. So the ones that we're looking at today, how and why were these selected?
Such a wonderful question. This really gets at at the heart of some of our really highest priority science questions. Illumination conditions is a big one, right? So of course we need the targets that we're interested on the lunar feature to be illuminated by the sun in order to view them, but the timing in which they see them during the flyby enables us to ask different questions. So you heard in the pre-flyby crew conference talking about, well, the same pair, Reed and Jeremy, will get to actually look at Glushko crater twice. And that, looking at it from different illumination angles, allows us to understand that feature better and connect color and albedo with topography and morphology. Then you have other craters where you want to look at it with the sun shining on it obliquely versus straight on, and that tells you something different about the scientific objective that drove the target being on the targeting plan in the first place.
We've talked a little bit with the viewers today about what the crew is able to capture in this short time frame of those craters in different lighting conditions could take years for something robotic to be able to do based on attitude maneuvers and where the sun is at. So can you just talk a little bit about the importance of having both the robotic operation and having the crew?
Absolutely. We definitely don't want to minimize the impact of orbiting spacecraft. Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter is the one that's often referenced. Data from LRO and its payloads have really been instrumental in getting us, frankly, to this point for Artemis 2 and future missions. But the human experience, the crew observations that we've already been hearing about, it is such a perfect complement to the orbiting spacecraft data because they are able to have this unique perspective. They are far enough away where they can make these contextual observations. You've already heard it. How many times have we heard the crew and their science sit reps say, if I track this feature from all the way up here in the northern hemisphere down to the southern hemisphere, here are comparisons I can make. That right there is not something we had the ability to do with the Apollo missions. And it allows just literally in the blink of an eye to synthesize observations that it would take, a really significant effort to coordinate with different orbiting platforms. And
That's because they're farther out away from the moon than Apollo was. Apollo orbited close. They're farther away. They're going around the moon at a good distance.
Target so far too. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. And I think it's important also to remember that, and I know the science team is anxiously awaiting this. We've been hearing from the crew members who are not at the forward windows, right? Those crew who are, really in the thick of the observations, they are recording minutes-long observations per target on their crew tablets. We will be getting those down starting here in a couple hours, and that's going to contain really meaty science information that we haven't heard live yet, and that's going to form the basis of my conversation with them tomorrow morning, where we're going to have a really deep dive into the science and absolutely nerd out about what they were able to do today. One of the most gratifying things for me today is hearing multiple crew members say, "Thank you for putting the discussion times in the targeting plan, because when we have had the ability to put multiple brains on a problem, we have elevated each other." And I'm looking forward to them, sleeping on it overnight and then us actually being able to really, truly have an elevated science discourse tomorrow.
Well, we're looking forward to it too, and I cannot wait to hear everything that you guys get to learn overnight from some of those audio recordings and just everything that they'll be able to share tomorrow. So, Kelsey, I know you're very busy. You've done a great job today, and thank you so much for joining us for this interview.
Thanks for having me. It's such an exciting day.
We are now expecting acquisition of signal in about 24 minutes. As a reminder, the Orion spacecraft has flown around the other side of the moon, where they are out of contact with our deep space network.
Yeah, we're all nerdy a little bit when we're into this. Look at how the mission control is so different today than in an Apollo era. In the Apollo era, you had a whole lot more people, and everybody was staring into one little screen that was basically like an old-fashioned TV tube. It would be green text. And now you got a few people surrounded by a sea of large flat screens displaying lots of data. Nothing at all like it used to be. But it just shows you the advance of the electronics, the control systems, the software that we didn't have back in that day. So you can monitor the entire systems, do it easily. You've got software that checks for red lines, and the people themselves, they got lookup tables. When I was doing mission control, when I was on console, I had lookup tables that I could look at the data and see if it was in parameter or not. Some of that we had to do manually, and there's probably doing some of that manually too. But we'd watch key data items like that and we'd compare them. And then we'd have the knowledge of the subsystem to know what it meant if it went out of kilter. And was it something to be concerned about? Was it not something to be concerned about? What was the time aspect of it, the criticality of it? How critical was that system? We had all that data, but we knew that stuff. We knew our systems. We knew the avionics in the rocket. And I was the avionics system safety guy on, that first launch. Y'all remember, I actually broadcast while I was on console. I was able to do it remotely from home at the time. That was cool. And not only that, but I had when
we just heard confirmation here in Mission Control Houston that we have reached the closest point of our destination to the moon. At MET 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, and we anticipate the spacecraft's altitude is approximately 4,067 statute miles above the moon.
4,067 miles above the moon. See, the moon is only 2,000 miles in diameter, so they're a good distance from the moon compared to the size of it.
Doing while around the other side of the moon, they are continuing to take pictures of the Earth, of the moon. The Earth now out of sight. What they're in right now is
right here on the dark side.
The science team has encouraged them to find interesting features on the surface, to take photos of those, and describe why they were interesting. Something else that they'll be looking toward next, just momentarily, will be impact flashes. They've got a few minutes allotted to look at the darkest portions of the moon. They're interested in short-lived flashes on the lunar surface because these would be caused by impact bombardment.
All right, so that's the Oriental
After their impact,
Mary we saw earlier.
team is interested in if the crew can see lofted lunar dust. This would only be visible just before Earthrise. Now 20 minutes until we expect to regain communications with integrity and the astronauts for Artemis 2.
So they're going to see Earthrise before they see the before they leave the dark side. It's not necessarily one and the same. It's not one and the same. There's only brief periods that they would be the same. And apparently, they're going to fly real soon where the spacecraft, the moon will block out the sun, even though they're on the dark side. Now, I don't get that. They're talking about an eclipse. I don't know what the eclipse means because they're on the dark side of the moon right now. So that's kind of odd. Can't see the sun.
We're located at Mission Control Houston at NASA's Johnson Space Center, but there's a team over 750 miles away also monitoring today's operations. And of course, just like us, they are in LOS, or loss of signal with the spacecraft. This is LUCA, the Lunar Utilization Control Area, and it's joined by LISA, the Lander Engineering Support Area, which are twin control rooms that will support missions and operations in lunar orbit or on the moon's surface in real time at NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Yep, that's where I used to be.
Are right next to each other and just a short walk away from the SLS Engineering Support Center, which is used during launch, and the POIC, where science on the International Space Station is monitored. LUCA primarily supports Artemis science operations, while LISA will provide engineering support for landing astronauts on the moon. During this mission, Artemis 2, teams in the LUCA will use the facility to support first-of-its-kind science operations to better understand the deep space effects of microgravity and radiation on the crew's physiology, immune systems, and ability to complete various tasks. The data from these science operations will inform future crewed flights to the moon.
Oh, I'm building that's in. Been there many times.
For future crewed missions to the moon, members of the NASA Human Landing System Mission Insight Support Team, a group of engineers, safety leads, flight operations experts, and technical authorities will work in the LISA. There, they will monitor lander systems in real time and be involved in key decision-making processes throughout the mission. Teams are using the LISA during Artemis 2 to observe mission operations and using the opportunity to inform and prepare for future crewed landings to the moon's surface.
They also have a payload operations center for the space station at Marshall, same building. But there's a different building not far between that and the building I used to work out of that's got a big, deep space tracking antenna. Not as big as some of the other ones, but they do have the deep space tracking antennas and a data control center. If they still had it, they had it when I was there. I've been gone from there a couple of years now. Actually, almost 3 years since I worked at Marshall. Pink Floyd. Well, it's never dark on one side of the moon permanently, but one side's always the far side. The day-night terminator on the moon moves and makes a complete cycle once every 28 days.
We now expect to regain communications with the astronauts aboard Orion in about 17 minutes. In the meantime, a little overview of how our crew members flying by the lunar far side at an altitude of between 4,000 and 9,000 miles are testing the capabilities of the Orion capsule. Artemis 2 visualization lead Ernie Wright has simulated views of the flyby using detailed topographic maps of the lunar terrain and photorealistic lighting scenarios. The Artemis 2 crew members have been using these visualizations to prepare for this historic mission, which is paving the way for future exploration of the moon's surface and beyond.
So the most exciting thing to me about Artemis 2 is just the return to the moon. We haven't been there in 50 years. Human eyes are going to see parts of the moon
Almost 54.
By anyone before.
Over 53, definitely.
So recommits us to exploring the solar system in a way that we haven't in a long time. And I think it provides an opportunity for younger generations to understand the excitement of doing that kind of exploration. Artemis is our return to the moon after 50 years. The emphasis of Artemis is going to be, first of all, science, but second of all, learning to sustain a presence on another world, first on the moon, but we're hoping that that's a stepping stone to Mars and other destinations in the solar system eventually. Artemis 2 will be a flyby mission. It's not going to land. We're testing all of the technology that we've created for flying to the moon since Apollo. A lot of systems have been modernized, and we need to make sure that all of those work. The astronauts will be looking out the window at parts of the moon that have never been seen by human eyes before. They will be flying by the moon at an altitude that's much higher than Apollo's orbits. And so they will see the entire disk of the moon, including areas that are closer to both the North and South Pole that astronauts from Apollo never saw. All of that depends on the lighting, which we really won't know until launch day, but we can practice with different lighting scenarios. It's hard for people to sort of picture that in their mind. If you can make a visualization of it, show them a movie, that helps everybody choose the targets and also practice aiming at those targets. The astronauts have actually been looking at these visualizations through the lens of the camera and practicing aiming at the various targets. This is a map of the surface of the moon, obviously, but it shows what the Apollo astronauts could see in sunlight while they were in orbit. The brighter parts are the parts that they could see. The darker parts, like this entire area here, and places that are farther north and south, are places that they couldn't see.
They just saw this one right here.
It was nighttime there, or because it was beyond the horizon of the astronauts. All of the Apollo flights orbited the moon at a distance of about 110 kilometers. Because the astronauts were flying at such a low altitude, their horizon was actually quite close, and they couldn't see the North and South poles. And this whole area over here was not in sunlight at the time. And it includes this amazing impact feature here called Oriental. Oriental is a very large impact feature. It's about 650 kilometers wide. It's got multiple rings. These are rings that form like ripples in a pond from the impact, but of course it's on a huge scale. The middle of Oriental has that sort of dark basalt lava covering it, like the dark.
It's got some jagged peaks.
On the near side. It's one of the biggest ones that's more on the far side than near.
Relatively speaking.
Seeing it with human eyes and sort of picking out features that maybe you don't even see in robotic cameras is an important goal for the mission.
A balloon in a vacuum would bust, be overpressurized.
This live view in the Science Evaluation Room, or the SIR, here at Johnson Space Center in Houston,
Would
Texas,
expand.
Hall, from where we're
Balloon would expand to the point it would burst.
Team continuing to monitor the flyby.
There's a kind of balloon. We used to fly pressure balloons and zero pressure balloons. But you know, you fly zero pressure balloons so high. The Chinese spy balloon was a zero pressure balloon. Was a pressurized balloon.
And it's approximately 40 minutes loss of signal while they are out of reach of the Deep Space Network. Right now, they are imaging or attempting to image lofted lunar dust. Throughout our coverage, we've talked a lot about the science and engineering behind today's lunar flyby, but we also spoke to the crew about what the moon means to them and how they see its place in human history.
I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in. I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet and I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. And it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon.
It represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. There's no processes of wind or change in the earth, geologic processes like we have here that change it. And something that's been telling and can read out the story of its own evolution, there's something beautiful about that.
I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as grandmother moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use grandmother moon because the grandmother moon is responsible for the water in their community. The grandmothers, sort of protect the water source, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. It's something that represents something different for each individual culture around the planet. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
We all have seen the same side of the moon in different lighting conditions our whole lives. And so it seems very familiar to us, but it's also kind of unknown. When we get up close, some of the imagery that we'll get to describe and to share with people will be very unique. And that nature, both of those things being true about this one entity that we all know, just is really special.
It's just the epitome of a symbol of both something that's in each of our hearts, but this also represents exploration and reaching.
Looking at a live view inside Artemis Mission Controller here at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. We are currently out of contact with the Artemis 2 crew. This was a planned, or not really a planned, but a tracked loss of signal that occurs when the crew flies behind the moon. We use the Deep Space Network to communicate with the crew, and when they are behind the moon, they are out of reach of that Deep Space Network. And when you consider our nonstop communications during the time in which we live, this is even more striking. For the Artemis 2 crew, they're only currently communicating with each other. Now, we expect to regain those communications in under 9 minutes from now, and we also are hopeful for a view of Earthrise.
Michael Collins.
Out of communication, the crew is continuously capturing imagery of their predetermined lunar target.
Apollo 11, Michael Collins was the first person to be by himself, no other people around at all. He in the capsule while Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong were on the surface of the moon. So when he went around the dark side of the moon or the far side of the moon, he was the only one there. No communication to anybody. He said it was a magical moment of serenity. Of course, it might have been a time to pray and contemplate, but he thought it was a very treasured moment to have that experience. Not sure whether he's still alive or not. Buzz Aldrin is still alive. Neil Armstrong passed away a few years ago, several years ago now. I've seen all three of them. I know Buzz Aldrin. Buzz Aldrin's actually called my house a couple of times. He has quoted me. Buzz Aldrin quoted me in an article that he wrote. How many people have been quoted by Buzz Aldrin? I am Santa Claus, Jeff. Ho, ho, ho. You hadn't noticed.
Now about 7 minutes, 25 seconds until we anticipate regaining communications with the Artemis 2 crew aboard Orion. In the meantime, Artemis 2 lunar science deputy lead Marie Henderson is trained these astronauts to capture and document their views of the lunar surface for all of us to enjoy back here on Earth.
My cigars are regular cigars. I don't smoke them in the house. Only when I'm driving.
When they get to
Only when I'm driving, I smoke a cigar.
Talk about seeing the moon out their window. I try to imagine it now, and it just I tear up thinking about it. Oh, now I gotta hold on a second. We have human eyeballs connected to wonderfully smart brains our astronaut friends have. They are going to be able to observe the moon in multiple different ways. They can use their eyes, they'll look through their camera and snap pictures, and just looking out the window, getting that human experience. But during Apollo, the astronauts were so much closer to the lunar surface. Our astronauts are going to be doing a flyby at a higher altitude. So they're going to be able to see the whole moon as a lunar disk on the lunar far side. So that's a brand new, unique perspective that humans haven't been able to look at before. We are doing a lot of lunar geography training with them. They have study sessions and quizzes they can do that are assigned to them. You know, even if you're an astronaut, you still get homework. We actually get in the mock-up. In that enclosed physical space, we have to think through the hardware that they have, the cameras, the computers, their microphones to make these observations. There's 4 windows up front. Through one of those windows, one of our astronauts will be using a Nikon D5 camera with an 80 to 400 millimeter lens. So something that allows them to zoom in really far and actually take more detailed observations of the surface. It's almost like looking through a pair of binoculars as well. It's just like being a geologist out in the field. They're telling us what they're seeing, looking for colors, textures, different morphologies, and comparing the region that we're having them look at to the regions that are around them. We have a science team that is planning the targets that are going to be observed, putting them all on the timeline of how they're going to be observed, and then taking the first look at the data when it comes down. The Apollo astronauts were only on the moon for 300 hours total, and they only went to the equator. That's like going to places that were safer landing sites, and they only saw so little, 300 hours total. And so we have so much more to explore and so much more to learn. And we are the beginning of the next generation that gets to start being a part of these discoveries.
Got my cigar.
We are now 4 minutes and 20
Not gonna light it, though.
until we expect to regain communication
Out of my house.
with the astronauts flying aboard Orion on the Artemis 2 mission. They are now flying behind the moon. While behind the moon at an MET, or mission elapsed time of 5 days, 25 minutes, and 34 seconds, we expect this was the point in which they made their closest approach, 4,067 statute miles above the lunar surface.
Yeah, those pictures will be awesome when we get to see the actual ones they took, the astronauts with their cameras. That will be awesome. I can't wait for those. That will be very exciting. But just look how much data they can put on their screens these days. Data, videos. They couldn't do that back in the Apollo days. In fact, most of you have watches that have more computer power than the entire Saturn V rocket, the lunar lander back in the day. They almost swamped out the landing. They actually overpowered the memory in the landing computer on the lunar lander going down, trying to run the descent radar and ascent radar simultaneously. It caused the computer
We're
to
live in the
glitch.
Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, but we are not the only room monitoring today's flyby. As you can see, this is the SIR, the Science Evaluation Room. It's in the same building and just down the hall. It's a multidisciplinary science team supporting the Artemis 2 crew in real time, including experts in lunar geology, impact cratering, volcanism, polar science, imaging, and visualization. You can see the SIR here. That's the Science Evaluation Room. It's embedded within Mission Control to provide science input during live operations like what we see today. But additionally, the Science Mission Operations Room is a back room that processes data, evaluates imagery, and supports rapid analysis. We also have our science officer, Kelsey Young, here on console today. She's serving as the primary interface between the science team and the flight controllers, ensuring the science priorities are represented during mission execution.
Ransom fuel there. I'm sure you'd be getting some good shots. Hey, Arnold, how you doing? -1 in Western Alberta. Come on, send me up, Greg. I wish they could.
Coming up on 1 minute and 36 seconds until we contact Orion.
Arnold, 60 degrees Fahrenheit here.
Meanwhile, aboard the spacecraft, the crew has continued executing their lunar flyby task. As we discussed earlier today, these activities have been precisely timelined, and this is the fourth of 5 blocks of time during which the crew will be observing the moon from Orion's windows. At this time, pilot Victor Glover and mission specialist Christina Cook are observing the moon at windows 2 and 3. One crew member is in window 2 with a blue shroud over the window, taking photos and using an 80 to 400 millimeter zoom lens, while the other astronaut is in window 3 using their portable computing device, also known as a PCD, to make annotations. And both of those crew members are making audio recordings of what they are seeing. They are wearing headsets connected to their PCDs, and those audio recordings are being sent to the science team tonight. We are not hearing those live. However, we have been hearing quite a lot of great descriptions from the crew who have been serving as the support. Right now, the support team members are Reed Wiseman and Jeremy Hansen. Those team members are providing science sit reps, situation reports, calling down a few times each hour to discuss what they're observing. And even though we're out of contact with them right now, they are still conducting those science sit reps as they'll be available once they come back around the moon. The situation reports include how the crew is positioned, any missed targets, or anything unexpected they saw. They're also including lunar target descriptions, any hardware issues, and their emotions and reactions.
We have Sweden in the house. We have Canada in the house. Oregon, okay. I'm going to show you saying that your name.
Again, we are
Mary
standing
Ekman.
by to acquire
Close.
from the Orion spacecraft.
Yeah, this is where smoking center. Whoa. Do we have signal? Yes. It's intermittent. We are in signal acquisition, apparently. Apparently it's intermittent. No voice yet. It was just some video, apparently. I don't know.
We're in the Artemis Mission Control Room at Johnson Space Center, getting our preliminary contact with Orion, that acquisition of signal coming after a 40-minute loss of signal, during which the crew was flying behind the moon, out of contact with anyone on Earth.
Apparently the spacecraft has survived. We got some intermittent signal acquisition there. There we are. And there's the Earth. We are down there. We're all down there in the distance below this photograph. We are all on that little crescent, my friends. Everybody you know and love, have ever known, been related to, all down there. Got some digital mess going on with the data. I was blocking it out a little bit there. You had a bad pixel.
Getting our first views from Orion after the loss of signal. Orion has come back around the other side of the moon, and that little crescent that you see is Earth, over 252,000 miles away.
From the moon, you can look up, hold your thumb up, and cover the Earth with your thumb from the moon.
With this transit complete, lunar flyby continues, but Orion has also technically begun its journey home.
Coming home. So they have just been the farthest away that any human has ever been.
Right now, the crew are getting a few moments to enjoy and take photos of Earthrise for themselves, and we expect to contact them shortly. but we do have good signal coming from Orion.
Yeah, they're all glued to the window. So that's long, mission control. Shut up. We're busy. All right, they made it. Now the next big test is the re-entry. Hope they survive the re-entering splashdown. If they do that, then it'll be definitely time to celebrate.
This view from inside the Orion spacecraft, all 4 astronauts now back on the other side of the moon and in contact with us on Earth. Their tasks for lunar flyby did not stop as they went behind the moon and out of contact with us. We anticipate during that time they were attempting to image some impact flashes, short-lived flashes on the lunar surface, which would be caused by impact bombardment and potentially even lofted lunar dust. Right now, of course, they are getting pictures of Earthrise. After this target, they will get a short observation break. It's about an hour long, actually.
Houston, integrity, object.
Integrity, we have you loud and clear. Tell me.
Will always.
Integrity from Earth are single system, fragile and interconnected. We copy. Those of us that can are looking back.
We are happy to say.
Okay, everybody, get your monkey suits to put them on before they return. We all got to get our Planet of the Apes suits on before they get back. Only geniuses pick green. You know, my room is green.
Those first communications back with the astronauts aboard Orion. Christina Cook calling back to what she said just before translunar injection burn. With this burn, we do not leave Earth, we choose it. The translunar injection burn served as not only what put them on this trajectory to fly around the moon, but what also committed them to splashing down in the Pacific Ocean on flight day 10. At this time, the crew is entering an observation break. We expect this to last about an hour, and it's probably a welcomed break following their very, very busy day taking pictures, making annotations, making audio recordings, and communicating all of the wonderful things that they are seeing on the moon. This observation break is also partially due to the fact that we will be entering an eclipse later. This will be the first solar eclipse that humans have seen from the moon. The astronauts will need to wear eclipse glasses for the first 2 minutes until the sun is completely covered by the moon, and then they have additional targets that the science team is hoping that they will photograph. We will have communications with them during that eclipse timeframe.
Look how bright it is on the spacecraft.
Because of that eclipse, Orion's attitude must be changed right now so that its solar arrays are in the sun. This will help it charge the batteries needed to power it through that eclipse time frame. This view on your screen is a visualization. The spacecraft now 4,224 miles away from the moon, and that number will now continue to grow, while the number of distance from Earth, 252,699 miles, will continue to shrink all the way until our crew is back home.
Yeah, that's the simulation you're looking at now. You're just looking at a sim because they got it pointed where the cameras aren't facing the Earth or the moon. They're painting they're getting the solar rays oriented to the sun. So yeah, that is a simulation scene you're looking at the moment. I don't know how long I'm going to keep showing that. I mean, they have the camera on board, but
Again, we are
it's not looking anything special.
mission elapsed time 5 days and 58 minutes since the launch of Artemis 2.
The mission's about halfway through time-wise.
With the crew and the Orion spacecraft now entering a little bit of a break while they are out of visibility, or the moon is out of their visibility. The spacecraft will be reoriented to view the moon ahead of an upcoming eclipse. This current attitude maneuver helps charge the solar arrays and batteries aboard Orion that will power them through.
I'll get some coffee. Can't read. When they hit the atmosphere, they'll be going about 25,000 miles per hour. A lot faster than anything just going around low Earth orbit comes in at, but they come in about 17,500 miles an hour. This come in at 25,000 miles an hour. And energy is 1/2 mass times the velocity squared. So it's not twice the energy, it's lots more energy. That's rough on the heat shield. And that heat shield on the previous reentry was messed up pretty bad.
Integrity, Houston, in mission control, all of your flight controllers and your flight director have flipped their Artemis 2 patches around. We are earthbound and ready to bring you home.
So let's hope the crew survives the reentry. That's the biggest thing to be concerned about in this whole mission. Let's hope they survive this. Ryan survived it once, but they're taking a little different trajectory. One meant to have it hot less time, but it's going to get hotter for a brief time. Because it'll come in at a steeper angle. So they're trying to reduce the thermal soak on the heat shield. There's the NASA director right here. I think that's the head of that. I think that's Isaacman. I think it is. Yeah, a little hard to see from that angle, but it looks a lot like Isaacman back there. Not 100% sure, but I believe it is. Isaacman has flown in space twice himself on a SpaceX Crew Dragon. The previous director of NASA was Bill Nelson. He was a senator from Florida, and he also flew on the shuttle when he was a congressman. I actually went into Bill Nelson's office with a compromise in hand that probably saved both commercial space and maybe even SLS. I've done a video on that. I gave that compromise to Colonel Paul Dampfus, and he was thrilled to get that idea, and he ran it straight to Nelson, and Nelson adopted it. And the compromise I came up with enables to have both the space launch system and commercial space, because there was a knockdown, drag out fight, which might have resulted in neither going on in the Senate at the time. So I helped bring the compromise. The compromise was my concept, and I got it to Bill Nelson at just the right time, and he adopted it and went with it. He was chairman of the committee in the Senate that was overlooking the NASA budget, and they had to vote the next day. I was chairman of the policy committee of the National Space Society at that time. That's something I was doing on the side. I've done a video on that on this channel.
Special moment just now in mission control ahead of the crew's flight to Kennedy Space Center, and during one of their last sims or simulations.
Yes, it's going to splash down in the ocean.
Mission control team
It's a capsule.
Mission control in Houston, and brought us each a patch. Everyone in the flight control room has had these on their signifiers at their console. On one side of the patch that you've probably seen is the moon with the Earth behind it. Now that we've passed behind the moon and we are returning home, the flight control team has instructed everyone in the room to switch their patch around so that the Earth is closer and the moon is behind us. We are really looking forward to seeing the Artemis 2 crew.
That's a funny one.
Jenny Gibbons did call that update up to the crew that the flight control team here has turned their patches around as was instructed by the crew during that last sim, and we are counting down the days until they get home. They are now 5 days, 1 hour, and 3 minutes mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
So the splash time, they might be around this time on the 11th. I have to check that out. Yeah, let's just splash down the 11th. FBI, what about the FBI? They ain't got nothing to do with this. Conservatives in Minnesota, okay. True Exafus. As we were further away, they could see more moon. The Apollo astronauts were about 100 miles above the lunar surface, so they weren't able to see the whole thing. These guys were 4,000 miles above the moon. The moon's 2,000 miles in diameter. That's why it still looked like a ball from their perspective. They saw it like nobody's ever seen it before. They saw some things that no one's ever seen before with their eyes. So a very privileged crew, providing they survive. Let's pray that they make it back successfully. Peak reentry acceleration for Ryan on Artemis 2 is expected to be 6.5 to 7 Gs, right? Oh, I'm still doing garden prep work. It's too early to plant. I had snow on
Joining me
19th of April last year, 7.5 inches.
Well, I have Angela Garcia, Artemis 2.
We just got freezing a couple nights ago.
It is an honor to be here. What a day. Everyone's been buzzing. I can't contain myself. So it's been a really awesome day. So you're sitting on console at the science console now. Have you been in the SIR earlier today? There's a lot going on. So I went here first, then I'm gonna go there after.
All right, Integrity, we hear you. That was a little clipped, but I think we have a better link now. We experienced some blockage from a solar array. We moved it, and we are in bias tail defense.
Solar array was blocking the transmitter.
Okay.
Abram? And integrity, just so you know, we did not hear your response once we flipped our patches. Jeremy, we heard
That's a view of them inside the capsule. You can sit there for a moment. One of those screens that showed them inside the capsule.
See that?
Okay. Okay, Angela. So can you tell me a little bit about your role supporting Artemis 2 and the science preparation for the mission? Yes, so I'm one of the 3 science officers. So Kelsey's been on console all day. I'll take over kind of closer to the end of the day. And then Trevor Graff is on the planning shift. And so it's the 3 of us in this 24-hour cycle supporting the mission. And so the science officer console is a brand new console to mission control. And it's not every day that you get a new discipline incorporated into mission control. So it's been such a significant milestone for us. And it's just a testament to like the commitment that the Flight Operations Directorate and NASA have, that they're going to be integrating science and maximizing science at Artemis. So it's really exciting. And then the science preparation. So I'm on the operations team, but I'm also on the training team. So all the incredible training and shout outs that you've gotten today, it warms my heart. It warms everybody's heart in the science evaluation room. I promise you that. But so all the classroom training, the field training, the mission simulations, right? We were part of all of it, and that is what we did to get the crew to be. They are a part of the science team. They are the forefront, that nice edge, and they're just been doing such a great job today. I know. I imagine that you have to be pretty proud of them. Their reports have been fantastic. So I would like to know a little bit about how you have developed procedures for this crew. What kind of science activities are they carrying out inside the spacecraft? Yeah, so the procedure development has been a unique challenge. I would say the exploration science that we're doing is inherently pretty flexible.
Stretch first.
Exploration is, they inherently have more structure
California.
and rigidity, and so to marry the two and to operationalize the science that we want to get done has been a challenge. But I think we've been able to go through these processes and create good products at the end and have a good plan. And yeah,
These missions timelines are diagrammed out.
Just what kind of these science activities that they're performing, which of those have you really had a hand in? Yeah, so a lot of the procedures help organize what the crew is doing in the cabin. And I know we've talked a lot about what they've been doing, and they've been doing a lot, and it's been a little dark, so I can re-explain what some of those things that they're doing. So the observation blocks are about an hour long, and the crew is organized. The 4 crew members are organized into 2 pairs of 2, the window team and the cabin team. And the lunar targeting package that you've been showing up, and that the crew have on their handheld tablets, is really the instructions for the window team. So the window team, the 2 crew members are looking out the window. One has the camera with the long lens. One has they're just looking out the window with their unaided eye, and they're taking these detailed observations. And then halfway in that observation block, they do the window team position swap. That's what Capcom's been calling out, and they'll switch positions. So each crew member has a chance to have that long lens. And then that's just what the window team is doing. There's also the cabin team, where they also have duties that they're doing. We're asking a lot of the crew in this time. And then the cabin team, they have the interior camera, and they're taking images inside the cabin. They're also supporting the window team, where you've heard some call outs where looking out at the bright moon and then looking inside the dark cabin and looking at their LED screen is a lot. So
your eyes can adjust very easy. It's tough on the eyes.
And guide the window team into specific targets on their plan. They're also helping call out these science situational reps. So they're looking at a different window and listening in to what the crew who are really down and in on the science on the window team are doing, and they're giving us insight. And those recordings that the window team is doing are going to be uplinked or downlinked overnight, and we're going to be able to chew on that data. But yeah, they're helping. They're doing a lot. And so making sure we have a plan that's flexible, but also make sure that we check off all those boxes was really important.
So tell me a little bit more. You talked earlier about the analogs that the crew has done. What kind of analogs or environments were really useful for this?
Yeah, so for procedure development, right, you have so many different environments that you can do. You have classroom, like we said, you have the Orion mock-up, you have simulations, and at least for developing the plan, we kind of did it in a tiered approach because each of those different analog environments helps us answer a slightly different question and has a little bit of a higher fidelity. So we would start with the classroom. So we would get we would just get into a classroom, we would put all the hardware on the table, and then we'd almost role play like you be Victor, you be Reed, you be Jerry, and I'll be Christina, and like let's just do the plan how we think we should do it. Write that down, and then just keep iterating on that, and then
Integrity Houston for a tag up pre-forward link LOS in place of the flight director conference.
It's raining here just a little bit, wee bit. My chickens are still outside. That tells you how windy.
Crew, I'm going to roll through a couple of topics here. The first two are for timeline. First of all, read for your toilet maintenance. It is a shortened toilet maintenance where you do not have to do the aux zone change out. That portion of the procedure is canceled. Victor, you have an HHP stop activity on your timeline. We need you to perform that as scheduled for bandwidth reasons. For your next portion of the flyby, in particular the eclipse, we want to remind you that you can take off the eclipse glasses when the sun sets and you are simply looking at the corona. And then finally, for the D5 with the long or zoom lens, which is set for solar corona, we want to remind you that when you are capturing Earth shine, you will likely have to adjust the exposure. That's all I have for you. Let me know if you have anything for us.
Also, it's going to be the Earth that eclipses the sun. Yeah, okay.
All right, just a quick call up to the crew ahead of a forward link LOS, meaning that we won't be communicating with them, but we will be receiving their communications and data during that time frame. So Angela, we were talking about analog environments. You were telling me about the classroom and getting in there and pretending who's Victor, who's Reed. Tell me more about this. Yeah, it works pretty well. So you're gonna do the plan how you expect it to be, and then once we finalize that plan, we'll give it to a completely new group of people and have them practice it, and then they'll be like, these steps don't make sense, and we'll reiterate on it over and over. Then we'll take it to a higher fidelity environment like the Orion mockup, and we'll do the same thing because that volume is smaller, the window placement, their seating, what things have we forgotten with this addition of this environment. And then once we reiterate on that, we'll take it, then we'll give it to the crew and have them execute off of it during mission simulations. That's the highest fidelity that we can do before we send it to space. So this is the first time we've had to do this because we're a brand new console, and it just sparks so many neurons of like, how are we going to do this for surface missions and integrate this in so many different ways. So excited to have kicked off this process, but there's so much more to come. Fascinating. And I think it was really well thought out too, because each crew member gets an opportunity to do each task. And so you're getting different perspectives and different insights from each crew member, maybe even about the same target, but something that one person sees could be completely different than something another person notices. So we also know that Artemis 2 has traveled. They're now on their way home, but they traveled farther from the moon than the Apollo missions did. So what makes that vantage point scientifically interesting? Yeah, observations are so fundamental in the scientific toolkit, particularly observations from different perspectives, different scales, and with different techniques. And so for this, we really tried to make the plan to optimize those. There's pros and cons for all those things for this mission. So we really just focused the plan to have all those pros. So in terms of scale, this zoomed out scale, you can learn different things. This different perspective. So their perspective is Kelsey talked about photometry around when they orbit the moon, and then also just their different the different things they're able to observe. So yeah, let me talk a little bit about scale, because I think observations at different scales, you can gain a lot of different information. So like, for example, if you were an astronaut on the surface looking at a rock, and you describe at this micro scale. So in training, we kind of talk about observations from micro to macro, or from outcrop to orbit. So looking at, a rock at this scale, you can describe its components, you can describe what it's made of and its colors and its minerals. And you're like, okay, and this rock came from this boulder, and it's this part of this boulder, and these are the different things that I'm observing around. It gives me context to the sample. And then you zoom out a little bit more, and you're like, okay, well, I can see that this boulder came from, it rolled from this mountain ridge, or this high ridge feature. And then because I can see the trail that it came from, okay, now let me describe this ridge, and different parts in it, and maybe other boulders that I'm seeing. And then you zoom out further of the orbit scale, and you're like, this ridge is a part of this larger crater. So all of those different steps give you different information, and so that's why observations at these different scales and these different perspectives are so important. So this zoomed out kind of far view is this full lunar disk view. It's the full lunar. On Earth, we see the full lunar disk as well, but now we're able to see it on the far side, and we're able to see it, all at the same time, which enables the astronauts to compare very quickly to different parts of the surface. And the color particularly is very compelling, because you can just be able to very quickly compare from 3 different regions. Is it in the same family? Is this actually a little bit different? Compare that to what they see in their orbital data that they have access to on their portable computers, and really just be able to tease out that nuance and information.
Yeah, we heard them make a lot of those connections today, and especially the color. We talked to Kelsey about this a little bit, just how exciting it was to hear the browns and greens and things like that. I cannot wait to see those pictures. So one last question. We are coming up on the last lunar flyby observation block, and this is when we are going into a solar eclipse. So can you tell me what you're interested in the crew learning during that time frame?
Yeah, so the data set, so yes, there's so many things, how to pick one. So I'd say the thing that I'm most interested in seeing is some of their annotations that they're taking. So in this opportunity, it's a very dynamic type of experience, in that we don't normally see this activity. And so being able to have crew observe the solar corona, and then also annotate it in their on their portable computing device is just such a unique thing that humans can give to missions. And also particularly being able to annotate what they're observing while they're talking about it is also unique to being able to have astronauts in orbit as well, because we won't be able to have annotations on the lunar surface, because the astronauts will be in suits. They're going to be collecting samples, they're going to be deploying instruments. And so personally, I'm really excited to see some of these annotations, and to see how that develops over time, because you've heard a lot of descriptions, and I think when people are describing something that's unique and different, you can interpret it differently. But if you're drawing and you're marking, particularly just going back to like the color provinces, for example, and those boundaries, you know exactly what they meant. And really, I'm just very excited about those annotations. There's been some famous annotations that the Apollo crew have made, particularly about solar coronas and the structures that have, and lofted dust that have given a lot of debate within the scientific community of they're observing this phenomenon, and now it's our job to hypothesize of like, why are they observing this? Like, what is going on? So I think that's just a really cool part of exploration and science, and this beautiful thing that we're about to do.
Well, now you've got me excited about the annotations too. I mean, I've been excited about the pictures and the audio, but now
don't sleep on the annotations. I am very excited to see these little sketches that they're able to draw out. And we have pictures that they can just draw right on. It's like, this particular thing is different than what we've seen. So I'm excited about that.
I'm excited too. Angela Garcia, thank you so much for joining us today, and have a great time tonight on Console.
Thank you. And you've been doing a great job, and so excited to see where we go from here.
Thank you so much.
Look at Christina Cook's hair floating around. Big ball of hair just floating. So all those flat earthers who say that all the shots are filmed on KC-135s, no, they're hours on end. Some of them claim they're underwater. Well, how in the world would they be breathing? They don't have any breathing apparatus. You see all kind of silly things from people that claim we've never been to space. But if you ever watch your space missions, you know better. If you ever watch a launch, you know better. And me, I've designed this stuff. Now, here's what's funny. On the 10th anniversary of the first lunar landing in July of 1979, I was at the Von Braun Astronomical Society's observatory in Huntsville, Alabama. And that's where I met Ernst Stuhlinger, who was Von Braun's main scientist. And I was just a kid. I was 19 years old. And he talked to me for some length about how they lofted the dome. It was part of the end dome of the S4B mock-up stage and made the ceiling of the planetarium. And, those guys will take a lot of time to talk to young people. Well, I went in the Army on the 23rd of July. And on the 27th of July.
You have 3 minutes until we go into a forward link LOS. We will be back up with you in about an hour during the eclipse on Madrid.
Look, they're about to go into a loss of signal. So on the 27th of July, the next full moon, I was at basic training at Fort Jackson, South Carolina, and I looked up at the moon, full moon, and I swore one day I was going there. Well, has yet not got to go personally, but I helped design a rocket that sent Orion around the moon now 2 times. 2 times Orion has been around the moon, and I helped design that rocket. So I've been part of the team. But yeah, see, it was the 20th of July, 1979. I was at the Von Braun Astronomical Society. 3 days later, I was in the Army. And just a few days later, I saw that full moon from Fort Jackson. All just a few days apart. My cats have woke up. They're about to tear the house apart. They're quiet right now. They're just waking up. My little kittens. They're calm at the moment. In a few minutes, they'll be ripping the horn back and forth, tearing and biting and scratching, everything there is. I'm petting them right now. Little monsters. Come on.
We're live in Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft with our Artemis 2 crew inside. That's Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen. We are still live for our lunar flyby coverage. The crew is in a short break while the spacecraft is pivoted away from the moon. We are going to be going into a solar eclipse. This is the first time anyone has ever seen a solar eclipse from the moon. So it's going to be a unique vantage point for our crew. But ahead of heading into that solar eclipse, we need to charge the batteries on the Orion spacecraft. Therefore, we have positioned the solar arrays into the sunlight to allow time for those batteries to charge. We will get back pointed at the moon just in time for that solar eclipse. We are also in a forward link LOS. What that means is essentially we cannot send calls or commands to the crew right now from the ground. However, we clearly get all of their data and communications. The spacecraft is now 4,632 miles away from the moon, and that number will only continue to grow as the distance from Earth shrinks, now 252,523 miles away. Our
On the way
closest
home.
approach to the moon today was approximately 4,067 statute miles in altitude. Our maximum distance from the Earth is suspected to be 252,756 statute miles. Both of those moments came while Orion was flying in their loss of signal time frame behind the moon.
That's a simulator.
That new record today, beating the Apollo 13 record of distance from Earth. This is an animation or a visualization that you can track anytime, day or night, by visiting nasa.gov/track Artemis. This shows you how the spacecraft is positioned as well as their distance and velocity, now traveling 930 miles per hour.
So I don't think anybody's ever seen the sun blocked by the Earth.
During this break in their time today, the crew is working on a couple of other tasks. Some of those include their National Geographic timeline test. National Geographic was selected through a competitive process by NASA to help tell the story of Artemis 2. So you've seen the crew with some GoPros inside the cabin, taking videos and pictures, and with other cameras as well. National Geographic plans to leverage its portfolio of media assets, including magazines, social and digital content, and television programming for engagement opportunities.
Well, actually, quite a number of the ladies have had their hair floating around.
A little bit each day
And
to
we're crit-
vote from a shot list provided by National Geographic, and that includes their morning routine, talking with their families, exercising, and just their overall thoughts about the mission. And I cannot wait to see that footage.
About rain here earlier. Rain is typically measured around here like in hundredths of an inch, like 600ths or 7/100ths of an inch. I mean, it's scant. I mean, it was raining, but it was very scant. The ground was still powdery. The chickens were still out in the coop, but I could see I had a table out there. The surface of the table was damp. That's a rain for here. You wouldn't call that rain anywhere else, right? Let's see. So like in the next hour, we're supposed to get 0.04 of an inch.
Looking good, and that the power of
The next hour.
is good as well, all setting us up in a proper position before eclipse.
The most rain we're going to get in the next hour, 0.06 hundredths of an inch. Wow, what a storm. What a storm. The total accumulation is supposed to do this like for several hours. It's going to be less than 1/4 of an inch, which is a major rainstorm around here. We very seldom get any. How about planting? I had 7.5 inches of snow here on 19 April last year. So normally you don't plant here until mid-May, like 15 May. Now I'm actually latitude-wise a little bit south of where I was in Alabama, but I'm a mile up. Whereas there I was like 830 feet above sea level. Here I'm 5,500 and maybe 65 feet above sea level. Makes a big difference. Altitude does. But now it's been unseasonably warm here the last few weeks. It did get below freezing, not before last. So, yeah, for my job, we're having an all hands meeting tomorrow. I don't know if they're going to figure out who survives or not, but we're getting a big budget cut. I've been doing avionics system safety on a commercial space station known as Starlab. We've contracted to the commercial company known as Voyager. We had 150%. We had reservations.
A little break during our flyby coverage for today. They will resume their flyby momentarily in about 30 minutes once they get into their observations during that solar eclipse. Now, the moon is our nearest celestial neighbor, orbiting Earth at less than 250,000 miles on average. When our astronauts venture there for future Artemis missions, they'll target landing sites near the lunar South Pole. There, ancient rocks, minerals, and trapped water ice will not only provide resources for human explorers, but they may also contain clues to the formation and evolution of our planet and the solar system. Let's learn more about the lunar South Pole with this video featuring Dr. Kelsey Young, Artemis Science Flight Operations Lead.
We learned a lot from the Apollo samples, but we still have a lot left to learn about the moon. The Apollo missions visited only a pretty narrow swath of the moon. All the missions were concentrated near the near side equator. Really interesting and really critical insights were unlocked with the Apollo samples, but we have so many questions still to answer about the moon and the evolution of the moon.
And liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together back to the moon and beyond.
NASA's Artemis missions are NASA's plan to send people to the surface of the moon. We'll be sending people and roving assets and scientific equipment to, among other things, answer a lot of really compelling science questions. Scientists have a lot to learn about the moon. It's our nearest celestial neighbor here to Earth, so what the moon has experienced, except here on Earth, we have things like plate tectonics, oceans, forests, people that erase the rock record. Whereas on the moon, that whole record of our planet's history, of the moon's history, is just kind of waiting there at the surface for us to explore. The South Pole, which is where Artemis missions are going to target, is specifically interesting for a couple key reasons. We think there are volatiles at the South Pole of the moon that are not present near the equator. Things like water and water ice that are trapped in the lunar regolith, which basically just means lunar soil, that can easily become untrapped from that lunar regolith, and scientists can scoop up and study for return to Earth. The lunar South Pole is a really exciting scientific target, and it also comes with some challenges for operating. For example, the lighting environment will change drastically within the course of one mission, and even over sometimes the course of one spacewalk. So preparing the crew members, preparing the hardware that we're sending to the moon, and preparing the mission control teams is really, really important. The South Pole Aitken Basin is particularly exciting. We think it's one of the oldest and largest impact basins in the solar system. And if we can get the right rock from the South Pole Aitken Basin and bring it back to our labs here on Earth, we can use that sample to constrain the entire evolution of our solar system and really understand the timing of how the moon and our planet and the entire solar system evolved.
You're looking at a live view aboard the Orion spacecraft of the Artemis II crew, working in the middle of one of their breaks, or really their only break today, during this lunar flyby period. Coming up next will be that solar eclipse.
Yeah. It's like a cat. All right. Well, now they're being quiet again. So what's happening with my job is we had actually sold 100. We developed our own space station. Oh, wait, maybe this is
You've likely heard the crew being called with the name Integrity. The Artemis II crew members named their Orion spacecraft Integrity during a news conference, September 24th, 2025. The name Integrity embodies the foundation of trust, respect, candor, and humility across.
Thank you, Shaq, for the super chat.
Scientists, planners, and dreamers required for mission success. They said this name is also a nod to the extensive integrated effort from the more than 300,000 spacecraft components to the thousands of people across the world that must come together to venture to the sky.
No, Cash, what are you knocking over?
Of course, for a long-term presence at the moon. The crew also said that integrity is rooted in a shared core value of NASA, the agency's astronaut office, and the CSA, the Canadian Space Agency.
Oh, no. Leave stuff alone, yeah, but tear stuff up. Thank you, Shaggy, for the super chat. I'm trying to talk, but it's hard to talk because you don't know when they're going to talk. Trying not to talk over them, but Okay, I got one of my kitty cats up here. So another one's crying. Man, they knock stuff down, pull stuff down, jump on things. All right, so hey Greg, stop the bull. Where are the brakes on the spacecraft? They don't have no. Where are these blokes in space? Yeah, they're in space coming back from the moon. See, they're floating up there. There's not a lot of room inside that spacecraft. There's more room in that than there was in the Apollo capsule, though, quite a bit more. Spunky kittens, yeah. This one's named Rastus. I got two of them are real friendly. The others, one of them's a little standoffish. I'm gonna tear that open. All right, so we had sold over 100. We had reserved 150% of our payload space. We had customers. A lot of people wanted to fly on our space station. For some stupid reason, NASA come out to a press conference and announced to the world there's no market for space, there's no customers, and our investors balked. I mean, NASA come out and said we had our own, everything was self-contained. We had a self-contained space station. Unlike Axiom, which had something that was supposed to dock in to something else, we had a self-contained space station. Supposed to have been launched by Starship because it was big. Our space station's big. And we had all our subsystems, a lot of support, everything. We spent a lot of time and effort engineering all that. And so NASA just come out. NASA was giving us about 20 to 30% of our funding. Most of our funding came from private investment. And NASA just scared off our private investors. Oh, no, you can't go there. You can't go there. NASA just scared off our private investors, and some of them balked out because they said there's no market. Well, we had a market. But NASA wants everybody to redesign to be able to plug into a core station. They would have launched now, totally different philosophy. We'd have to go back and redesign everything. And they basically killed us.
We are 5 days, 1 hour, and 38 minutes mission elapsed time into Artemis 2. In this view on the screen, you can see the crew starting to even look through some photos that they may have captured today. We really look forward to sharing these photos with you as soon as we possibly can. And the best way to keep up with those is to follow NASA on social media. You can do so at NASA, and for this mission specifically, at NASA Artemis.
So our contract, we were told that we're going to be cut down to a small percentage of what we were. That means only out of a crew of 13, I'm expecting only maybe 3 might continue. And they're probably going to favor people that are on site there where the company's working from out of Houston. So my chances are really small unless they can find another remote job supporting the military or something else within our contracts that we already have.
Link LOS, or forward link loss of signal with the crew, meaning that we're not able to communicate or send any commands to them right now as they were. This is a tracked event that occurs at times, but they could still provide communications down here to us. And we are obviously still receiving their video and their data.
I don't know about the prospects for jobs in any of the other groups because just about everything was filled, just about every position. I don't know of any open position. Well, thank you for the extra super chat there, Shaggy. Appreciate it. By the way, Scooby Snacks on me. Can't have it. You that's funny. I'm looking at getting a dog. Actually, I'm looking into it. I got a buddy out here who's wanting to give me one of his puppies. You know, we have subscriber shows up a lot on my green grade channel named Scooby Snacks from Australia. I hadn't seen him in a while. Wonder what's happened to Scooby Snacks. Yeah, that's always a problem working these contracts. You just never know. That was a little bit of a shock, though. It came all at once, out of nowhere. We didn't expect that. So the sad thing was, if I'd known at the end of the year, I could have probably retired and drawn Social Security. But I think I made too much this year to draw it. So, yeah, I'm probably looking at zero income going forward. I'm trying to look at options for what else to do. I may try raising microgreens, selling worm tea, but this is a very small community. So, and it's a poor community really. So there's not going to be a lot of not as many market opportunities. What's up, kitty cat? So y'all need to wish me some luck and say some prayers for me. It's going to be challenging times coming ahead. We'll know more. We got an all hands meeting in our group tomorrow. I expect we'll know more then, maybe, because the managers will have had about a week to try to figure out who they're going to keep and how they're going to place us. Maybe we'll know something.
Activities on Reed's timeline are on PCD1.
Tear apart now. Rastus is he's the most friendly cat. Although Spunky was at first over here. Here's a gray one. They're always trying to get into something. The cat, that box turns up, flips over, and then will laugh at you. I put a box on the stairs to try to keep them from going up there on them. No, you don't go there. So they got a blackout right now. I think they said this blackout was going to last an hour. So hopefully they'll be getting some images of the eclipse, which, as I understand it, will be the Earth eclipse in the sun. I don't know if a human being's ever seen the Earth eclipse in the sun. Oh, you want down? You want to go? You want to do, kitty?
This is Artemis Mission Control. You heard Reed Wiseman, commander of the Artemis 2 mission aboard Orion, make a call in the blind. This means he knows we cannot call back and that he knows we may not receive his call. However, we have good communications with the spacecraft. They just cannot hear from us right now due to a forward link loss of signal. Again, we were tracking that this would occur, and we will regain that momentarily.
Because what they got spacecraft oriented. So the uplink receiver is not pointed toward the antenna transmitting
from the moon today. Again, to see those images, make sure you follow NASA on our social media at NASA and at NASA Artemis.
Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's going to be the moon eclipsing the sun. In the simulation, that's what it looks like. It was just on the other side of the sun as it was, the dark side of the moon. So that's kind of weird. If that's the case. Are you jealous? Are you jealous, Spunky? Are you jealous, Spunky? You want up here? This cat would probably sat in my lap all day if I'd let it. They need to call ET and phone home. Yeah, I may try to park my microgreens trailer under my solar panels, so it'll be shaded and won't get too hot in there. I may see if I can
The view on your screen
get that
right
restarted.
is an animation.
But you got to buy a lot of seed. I'm looking at maybe selling.
Website. You can visit this for yourself at nasa.gov/track-Artemis, and you can watch as we continue to grow closer to Earth and farther away from the moon. It's all seemed to happen so fast so far, and we're coming up on splashdown now in 3 days, 23 minutes, and 23 hours and 31 minutes.
So I thought that may be on the 10th. But they said 5 days. What are you into, cats? So well, I'm gonna try looking to selling microgreens and maybe like I gotta order seeds. Seeds aren't cheap. I'll have to reset up the trailer, clean it, paint it. That's gonna cost me a little bit. I'm looking at maybe trying to sell worm tea, but I got to spend something like $400 or $500 on pumps and equipment to do that. I don't have that anymore. So you're spending money like that on something that's a lark, in a different marketplace. It's a little scary. I hope I can find the money to do that with. And now my garden I've been building up on top needs to be fenced in, and all that fencing needs to have barriers for rats on the bottom. And that anything to do that with costs money. So I don't know. Yeah, it's going to be kind of dicey. I was hoping I could sell some vegetables at the farmer's market. The whole idea, this hit me at a really bad time. If it'd been a few weeks later, but of course, I don't know exactly what's going to come out yet. I could use some more income to kind of get things set up. Right now, it's going to be dicey. I've been spending all my money trying to prep that garden area up there. I had a backtrack in there digging out trenches. I've been buying wood chips and mulch, and that ain't cheap around here. Not at all. Hey, Greg, is there cow farmers near you, like cattle or chicken farms? This is open range. I mean, cows can range through my property until I fence it in. I can't afford to fence it all in right now. It's been a while since I've seen any on my property, but they've been here. I've seen them up the road, just out in the road. And if they're in the road and you drive up, you just got to stop because they won't move out of your way. You got to slowly nudge your way through them. They're not afraid of a vehicle. Cat, are you content? Anyway, so space contractor jobs, remote working. There used to be a lot more of them, but they've taken most of it back in the shop. There's very few. I do know one guy who sometimes works people that way. I've contacted him. He's looking to see if he's got anything. He's not answering me yet. So I've actually worked from him in the past. So I'm exploring, but it's gonna be kind of bleak right now. Now, next fiscal year, if they start up the that Golden Dome stuff, there might be a lot of positions open, but by then I'm either already in serious trouble or not financially. Yeah, this is going to be a challenge. Fortunately, I didn't get enough money from my house to pay off my credit card debts. Far from it. My goal was to be able to get things down here where I could live for like $1,500 a month or less, and I'm not there yet. Nowhere close to it. Just my bills are too high. And bankruptcy might not be an option because technically I can't claim this place as a residence. So that makes an issue. I don't have a permit. Might wind up living in my
This is
van
Artemis Mission Control. We are in a full
somewhere else.
with the spacecraft. We're not able to send commands
Careful.
communications to them right now. However, they could send them to us, and we do get spacecraft data. This is tracked as we are on the Deep Space Network. This is the network that we use to communicate with the spacecraft now that we are so far from Earth, over 252,000 miles. We are still in our lunar flyby coverage. The crew still have a very important and very exciting flyby milestone coming up when they will see a solar eclipse from the moon, the first humans to ever do so. Something that we also have to consider when it comes to our missions and launches is space weather. So since the Apollo 16 and 17 missions, there were some solar eruptions near that time frame that could have been dangerous to our explorers. Over those 50 years since those storms, the data, technology, and resources available to NASA have improved, enabling advancements towards space weather forecasts and astronaut protection, which is key to NASA's Artemis program to return astronauts to the moon.
Across our planet, billions of people depend on the invisible networks that connect us to space. Every day, those networks are at the mercy of our temperamental sun and the space weather that it unleashes across our solar system. That's why NASA's space weather program tracks solar storms from the moment they erupt, modeling their paths, anticipating their impacts, and leading the research that the world's industries rely on. NASA's space weather research and modeling is driven by the needs of society and enables critical decision-making that equips pilots to reroute around high radiation areas, farmers to adjust GPS-based precision planting and harvesting plans, and power grid operators to mitigate the impacts of potential surges. For those exploring other worlds, NASA provides 24/7 space weather monitoring to Artemis crews at the moon and future Mars astronauts who may be exposed to dangerous levels of radiation during solar storms. Whether you're a pilot or a passenger, a farmer or a consumer, a power grid operator or energy customer, a satellite controller or GPS user, space weather impacts us all.
Stop it. Stop it.
This is a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. It's now been 5 days, 1 hour, and 54 minutes since we launched.
Okay. No. Quit clawing at me, kid. I'm sitting you down. You don't like to be set down. Try to grab the front paw so don't claw me. I'm doing good.
Is on a short break right now as we have changed the attitude of the spacecraft to help charge the batteries aboard. We use the solar arrays to gather energy from the sun and store it in the batteries. That way, when we are not in the sunlight, we have those batteries to continue powering Orion. Now we're doing so because the Artemis astronauts are about to experience a solar eclipse from their capsule. And this is a solar eclipse that no one else on Earth will experience. This eclipse is about 54 minutes, and to the astronauts, it'll look a lot like a total solar eclipse on Earth, except the moon is going to be huge compared to the
so they're
unlike when you
flying between the sun and the moon again, basically.
appear
On the dark side of the moon, but just it's different. That's odd. It's gonna be the moon. It's gonna be a long eclipse. Okay.
We're interested to learn if they see the outer corona when the sun is fully obscured by the moon.
All right.
Because
So
the closest the moon will be from their perspective.
had to get the cat out of my hand so I
the
could
eclipse will last
read them chat.
nearly an hour.
Read Arnold's big
The
message here.
See a partial solar
Greg,
eclipse as the moon covers
just
and
might
uncovers
find
the
out
sun,
that
which is
the
the
best
red
thing to
for
do is
pretty
prepare
close.
for the survival mode and
From
forget
Earth,
about
we will have eclipse
marketing and
boxes so they can
produce.
safely
Dude, I have zero income. I got to do. I'm looking
dispatch.
at
Also,
ways to have
cameras
some
to
kind of
capture
income.
images of
That's what the
corona
marketing
during
stuff's
the
about.
eclipse.
I got to have some income. The price of fuel and influence.
There also may be some
Now,
other
those of you that join if y'all go to the switchback, that helps me a little. If y'all go to switchgrid.com, that'll help me a little bit.
If they can identify what part of the sky they're looking at, this can help.
Those of you that join the switchofgreg.com,
provides useful knowledge in challenging situations when they may need to rely
Wish that started that a lot earlier.
on instruments for navigation and orientation.
It helped me a little bit. If y'all are ordering seeds, I think the my old links to True Leaf Market are still good. I don't think the Eden Brothers is still part of it though. I gotta double check that.
Confirmation from teams here in the ground that we have reached the eclipse attitude, meaning Orion is in the proper position to observe it. The astronauts' break during this observation period is now over, and we are resuming their lunar flyby observation. The first of these is sunset. This is solar corona that we'll be looking for, the outer atmosphere of the sun. The science team is also interested in if the astronauts can see polar plumes. These are thin streamers that project from the sun's north and south poles. Additionally, they're interested in seeing if the crew can witness coronal loops. These are arcs close to the sun's surface. And something else that we've previously mentioned is lunar dust. This is dust from the
Thank you,
moon
Days, for listening that length.
above the lunar surface and illuminated by the sun. It was reported visible by Apollo astronauts.
Carrington. I don't know if Karen will burn your pants or not, but it might fry some wires. Yeah, thanks for the meats and crackers and cheeses there, Brian. Now the sun is disappearing behind the moon, it looks like. But they're not behind the moon, so they'll be able to communicate with Earth this time. Depending on the antenna orientations. Thank you for that, New Days. Yeah, since people's planting time, I need to start promoting True Leaf Market again. I double checked it because I hadn't heard from a while. I just logged in onto that this morning. I got to order some seeds too. Now the prepwithgreg.com, apparently I can't even log on to that site. I don't know what they did. Disappeared. I see other people selling that stuff. I don't know what they did to my link.
You're getting a live look from Orion as the crew observes a solar eclipse from the moon.
All right. That sure looks a lot different from dust from Earth.
Visible to the crew on the spacecraft. It's not visible to anybody on Earth. The science team is interested in several different targets for them during this time frame. And we're personally looking forward to getting those images as well.
Man, I was hoping they'd have an Earth blocking the sun.
Again, during the beginning portion of this eclipse, the astronauts will need to use eclipse glasses, just like we do from Earth, to safely view it. Once the moon has completely covered the sun, they'll be able to take off those glasses for almost an hour. Totality on Earth during a solar eclipse lasts only a couple of minutes. So this opportunity gives them a chance to look out into deep space and to look into, see if there are other planets nearby.
Yeah, they won't have the sun shining on them, so they'll be able to see more stuff. Although the sun will be reflecting off the Earth, they have some Earth shine. Let the Earth shine. Oh yeah, three-eye Atlas is so far out they wouldn't be able to see it. Remember, it's a comet. It's small and it's up to head out toward Jupiter, so they won't be able to see that without a major telescope. Beyond anything in their cameras or anything on board Orion, they don't have anything with that kind of optical power on board. I suppose that little
What you're seeing right now
dot,
is the solar corona. That's the outer atmosphere of the sun. And the science team is very interested in any images that the crew can capture of this. They're hoping that they'll take pictures and describe the visibility, color, and shape of the solar corona as a whole and its substructures, those plumes and streamers.
like it's moving. Now, some little dot in the center of the screen. I wonder if that is some reflection of the corona off part of the spacecraft, or is it an actual light on the spacecraft, or maybe something coming out of the window of the spacecraft? Because this is coming from a solar array. This image is coming from a solar array. Maybe it's the window. I hope they're turning the lights off inside so they can see out better.
Science, integrity, and the blind. This is the sun on behind the moon, and the corona is still visible, and it's bright, and it creates a halo almost around the entire moon. But when you get to the Earth side, the Earth shine is already shown. I mean, almost seconds after the sun set behind the moon, you could see Earth shine. The Earth is so bright out there, and the moon is just hanging in front of us. This black orb out in front of us, in front of now, lands and drifts into the blackness. We can see stars and the planets behind it. And Christina is in window 1, Reed is in window 2 with the long lens, and Jeremy is describing it in window 3. And it is quite an impressive sight. You can still see the horizon lit up on that side of the moon. It is bright, and the Earth shine is very distinct, and it creates quite an impressive visual illusion.
Can't see that from this camera though. This camera is still washed out by the corona. It'll be interesting when we get their actual camera views, because the Earth is bigger and more reflective than the moon in a sense. Well, yeah, albedo may not be as high, but Earth shine in space is apparently pretty strong out at the moon. Well, it's my understanding it's brighter than moonshine. But compare the light behind that corona, you're not going to see it. So the Earth is actually lighting up the moon. Lost that signal. There it is.
Again, you're looking at a live view from the Orion spacecraft on the Artemis 2 mission. Orion is now 252,125 miles away from us all on Earth. We're here in the Artemis Mission Control Room in Houston, Texas. And what you had just before we lost that view quickly was the corona of the sun peeking around the moon as the astronauts are entering a solar eclipse for this portion of the lunar flyby. We're now over 5,500 statute miles from the moon. That closest approach today was just about 4,067 statute miles away. Teams in the room beginning to get a little busier and filter in and out as we are stepping through a handover. The Orbit 1 team is handing over to Orbit 2, who will continue monitoring lunar flyby and all of the systems aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Look at my radar to set this range, and it's mostly going northeast to me. It usually goes around. Yeah, what are you tearing into? I got a backpack back there. You just tear that thing up. I think my ozone is depleted enough I can feel my skin burning on a sunny day. Well, we do get more UV up here, Eddie. Those that don't know, Eddie is he's in this area where I live. We met up here actually. He took me out to lunch one day and came out to my place. Moon chips. Yeah, I need a moon pie. I need a moon pie, right? I always wanted to get me one of those little flags that they put in drinks sometimes and stick one on the moon pie, call it Return to the Moon Pie. Yeah, all my seeds are non-GMO. I don't know if Eden Brothers, if they're still in the plant or not. I got to go back and look at it. Ouch, cat, what are you doing? That's my foot you're attacking. Oh, stop. Don't eat my foot. Oh, jeez, cat. The little claw marks, bite marks. Well, look there. The Ronald is almost gone.
You're getting your last few views of the solar corona as the moon begins to take center stage and completely cover the sun. If you see that bright dot up near the top left of your screen, we think right now that that may be a part of the spacecraft, but we'll be sure to correct that if we end up figuring out later that it's
Okay, Brian, very good.
entirely.
Yeah, it's been going for a long time. What we'll see is it reemerging. The sun shortly, they'll be back in the sunlight. We're not going to see their actual images they're taking from their cameras until they get them all downloaded, probably for a press conference sometime later. Now, what I am expecting, Donald Trump came out and did a press conference today that wasn't really announced ahead of time.
Honor to join you here today for the lunar flyby.
They say they're doing one at 8 tonight, or where. I don't know if that preempts it, if it's still going at 8 or not.
Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm
They do. I will cover it.
over the
Around in the window,
On Green Rigs.
and we are transferring settings on the camera to pick up Earth shine, and it is amazing. The brightness where the corona, where the sunset is still bright. I think there may still be corona visible, but that part of the horizon is still lit brighter, and you still have a distinct Earth shine.
Yeah, I got some other things to do too. It's heading towards 6 o'clock here. Light in the upper left corner is blinking. That's something to do with the spacecraft. I don't know if that's a light in the window or what that is.
You know our rules that we don't talk when the crew is talking, so wanted to give Victor Glover a moment there to call down what he was seeing now that the moon is covering the sun. A really amazing time during today's lunar flyby. Again, thank you so much for letting us help tell this story today. I am Leah Cheshire Mustachio, handing it over to my
Yeah,
friend
Shay,
Anna
you still
Snyder,
got a mod link.
of Console, as the Orbit 2 team comes to join us. So thank you so much, and I hope you all enjoy tonight. Anna, you can take it away. Thank you so much, Leah, and it's been a joy listening to your coverage over the last several hours. So as you mentioned, the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers is currently making their way on console and completing a shift handover with the Orbit 1 team of flight controllers. The Orbit 2 team tonight will be led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and she is currently handing over with the Orbit 1 flight director there on your screen, who was Flight Director Jeff Radigan. The Artemis 2 crew currently on board the Orion spacecraft. It continues to observe the eclipse that they are witnessing. There's about 43 minutes remaining in that eclipse period.
Smokey's meowing outside. Let me come out and feed him. I guess it's not raining here right now. If it is, it's very slight. Of course, it was very slight to start with. And check the radar, see what it's showing. Sometimes the radar make it look like it's raining, but nothing's falling. Those air is usually so dry here, it just sucks the water out of the drain drops before they hit the ground. Now, most of the rain's to the northwest of me, excuse me. It's going around, it's what it always does here.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You are currently seeing a live view of the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft. We spoke with our science team, and they did determine that that dot in the distance is Venus.
Venus! Oh, we're looking at Venus. That's what we've been seeing. Venus. All right, very good. What that dot was. About time they told us it's Venus. I said we should settle Venus before Mars. I've done a video on that. Showed how to do it. It's got to be in the atmosphere, though. And inflatable, buoyant structures, which I've designed. You could have little cities floating in the atmosphere of Venus, about a mile wide. Worked perfect. Well, Venus looks like a dot from Earth. I mean, they're basically the same distance away from as we are. I wonder what that dot was. It wasn't making a lot of sense to me. Now it does. You know, Venus is one of the brightest planets because it's close to the sun, reflects a lot of light, and we're close. It's one of the closest planets to Earth. So here's a quiz for y'all to answer. On average,
Let's see, not a huge change in here, just an update. The camera settings for Earthshine are challenging. This was challenging to capture. What we're seeing, we're just not picking up on the cameras. And after all of the amazing sights that we saw earlier, we just went sci-fi. It's unreal.
yeah, like having a full moon at night. Says I can't get his camera set for it. Yeah, I have a lot of trouble with my camera setting sometimes. I don't forget what I was going to say. I was talking about something. Forgot.
This is Artemis Mission Control. You were just hearing some communications called down from NASA astronaut Victor Glover, currently on board the Orion spacecraft. They are currently observing an eclipse. There's about 39 minutes remaining in that eclipse period. Currently, we are in a forward link LOS, or loss of signal, so the crew can communicate down with the
Report lead to meteor science.
At some point, I need to go outside. And next 15, 20 minutes, I need to make a John outside to check my chickens. I could leave this playing, though. You don't need me to. It's playing.
We are in a
with
forward
without
link loss of signal. We do expect to regain signal in about 3 minutes.
Problem is, cats might get on the keyboard when I'm out.
Back up to the crew on board the
I
Orion
terminate the video
spacecraft.
unless I can find a way to fold it down part way.
In the
without
meantime,
turning
the
it
crew
off.
continue to communicate down to the ground. The ground is just unable to respond, so they are continuing to provide some science observations during this eclipse period. They've made some comments about Earth shine, which is the sunlight reflected from Earth when they come around towards the moon's near side late in this flyby window.
Something about that picture does a. Well, this is a simulation we're seeing right now. They're going to ask us a question. Oh, yeah, that was, I was going to ask a question. What was it? I was going to ask a question. What was it? I had a quiz in mind. I forgot it. Maybe come back to me in a minute. It's probably when you've been. You got to pause talking for them. Did have a quiz in mind. Oh, I know what it was. On average, what is the closest planet to Earth? What is the closest planet to Earth? Let's see if you can guess this one. What is the closest planet to Earth? Y'all guess. My camera is set up. The camera on the laptop don't work. It's burnt out. It's a brand new laptop. The camera is burnt out. I'm using a separate Sony camera tied into it. Now I can't take it with me. No, it's not Mars. So I'm going to take somebody to figure that. Nope, Mars is not the closest planet to Earth. It's not Venus. I knew that'd be the first two guesses. It's not Mars or Venus. What's the closest planet to Earth? Yeah, it stumped people. Nope, not Venus. Nope. Although we just saw Venus, it's not Venus. Neither one, not Earth, not Mars or Venus. What's the closest planet to Earth? No, not Neptune. That's way out. Cats, what are you doing? You're breaking. Little monsters. Always tearing into something. Those are lightning. Sense. Mercury. Shay, you're right. It is Mercury. Why is that? Because Mars and Venus have such big orbits, they get taken away going around the sun much farther away from Earth. But Mercury is got the closest orbit to the sun. It doesn't go as far away. So on average, Mercury is the closest planet to Earth on average. Because Mars and Venus both go away, going around the sun far away, especially Mars. Venus actually does get closer to Earth on its closest approach, but Venus is closer than Mars most of the time. So missions to Venus are easier to do. But Mercury is on average the closest planet to Earth. See, it's not something you think of first. That's why I asked the quiz. With Shaggy, you got it. Mercury is the closest planet to Earth. Yeah, Eddie. Yes, it's Mercury, Arnold. It is. It is Mercury. The answer is Mercury. See, most people wouldn't think that. It's not intuitive. Now, both Mars and Venus from time to time get closer than Mercury, but on average, Mercury is closer. Most of the time, Mercury is closer. Mercury is one of the hardest planets to see because it's so close to the sun. You got to look just right after sunset, sunrise, and most time you can't see it. I've said there's been several cases. I said, go outside and you can see Mercury, and I look and I couldn't see nothing. But I did see Mercury just a few weeks ago. I took a picture of it with my camera. Didn't even realize it was in the picture back last year. But the first time I've actually knowingly saw Mercury was just a few weeks ago. I was really surprised because the angle it was at, it happened to be a little bit high in the sky, unusually so for Mercury. So I left out and got a good view of Mercury. I was able to see it for a few days. I ain't gonna lie, you cheated. Uh-oh. How would you ask AI? I believe in Planet X. I think there's something maybe something way out there in the solar system, maybe on the outer edge of the Kuiper Belt.
Glow around the moon is beginning to become a little bit more even. Not so much distinct just where the sun set on the moon's horizon. Just where, flying through this trajectory and then the sun's going to come up out of the other side. I think we're starting to see the glow around the moon and get balanced out. I still see Earthshine, and the Earth is very bright out there. Still quite an unreal sight.
If it is, that orbit of that planet stays way out. They don't come in the inner solar system.
Left and clear, and we are back with you. How do you hear me?
If there is a planet out there, now there's some saying it could be an aggregate of other objects causing gravitational perturbation, maybe just Kuiper Belt or work cloud objects.
Critical questions. Thanks for your report.
They collectively put upon the gravitational perturbations on Neptune.
Integrity science. We were loving your science that rests in the blind, and it should come as no surprise that we have a number of follow-up questions. First, you mentioned Reed observing meteors. Can you speak to that? Or are you referring to comets or impact flashes or something else?
Yeah, there was a little bit of getting this Reed has seen so far. Saw one.
Cool.
Amazing news. I literally just looked over at the SIR and they were jumping up and down literally. If you could describe where on the moon you saw them, please.
On or a bit south of the equator and on the a little.
Incredible news, Reed, and reminder, we have citizen scientists here on Earth looking for impact flashes. So hearing you saw them on the near side means that people saw them too.
Oh, I can't take the kittens with me. I have my hands full and be clawing me.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We have regained that signal, so the team here at Mission Control was able to call back up to the crew on board the Orion spacecraft as they continue their lunar flyby. Specifically, they are now in that eclipse period. So the science team here in Mission Control was able to ask some questions about some of the situational reports they were providing during that loss of signal. Specifically, they were interested in some of the meteors that they mentioned seeing and those impact flashes, and they did provide confirmation that they did see at least 4 impact flashes during that loss of signal.
Integrity, I hear you loud and clear. How do you hear me?
We got you loud and clear. One of the other things I want to describe, which was surprising to me, but the entire moon is lit up. It's glowing behind the entire moon. I thought it would look, dark against the black sky or deep space, but the sun is lighting up the entire limb of the moon. You can see the entire perimeter of it, and even now with the sun far behind the moon, you can see like little bits of topography around the entire limb, just bumps as you go around it. And there is about the glow around the moon, once your eyes adjust, is easily 10 widths or diameters of the sun around the entire moon.
Incredible to hear, Jeremy. Were you able to actually pick out any discrete features on the lunar surface? And if so, how do they look different than when you observed them in solar illumination?
No, we really haven't been able to identify features on the lunar surface yet. We just see, the topography on the limb. For the Earth glow, we're about a quarter moon, waxing quarter moon, if you will, from an Earth glow perspective, and it's just at a very, just a sight angle. I'm just not able to tell what I'm looking at yet in the Earth glow.
Understood. Thanks, Jeremy. One other question for you on the solar corona. Were you actually able to see any structure or color in the corona before most of it disappeared behind the moon?
I wonder if Nibiru was just an island.
Yeah, I didn't pick out any color, but definitely structure. There were streamers and they were not uniform at all. For me, the 5 o'clock position, there was just this constant streamer. It would change in intensity and diameter, but it was always there, and it was always at the 5 o'clock position. I only saw one plume, and it came out of basically the 3 o'clock position of the sun. That was very short-lived when I could see the plume.
Exactly what we were looking for. Thanks, Jeremy. And a heads up that we, calculated here on the ground about how long you could see the corona for, and we expect it to start to appear again in the next 11 minutes. Thanks for those amazing descriptions.
Okay, we're excited to see it all again.
Integrity Houston, we're following along as well. That was outstanding. If you haven't already, just reminding you to swap positions at the windows. And that brief LOS we had previously was due to a data rate change expected.
Okay, we copy that, Jenny.
Integrity Science, one more request for you. While it's still fresh in your mind, any annotations or sketches you want to make of what you're seeing either around the corona structures you just mentioned or even on Earthshine would be so appreciated. And if the annotations come in the next block where you're cleaning up your documentation, that sounds like a good plan to me.
This is Artemis Mission Control. On the bottom right corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Science Officer Console here in Mission Control. And we've been hearing
in the shadow of the moon because there's an eclipse.
Orbit 1 science officer.
So the camera's on the outside of the orbiter.
Questions to the crew,
Aren't
specifically the SA astronaut Jeremy.
pick anything up.
Based on the observations they've been making during this eclipse period. And then in the upper left-hand corner of your screen, you can see a view of the Artemis Real-Time Orbit website, which provides updates on the velocity and the distance from Earth and the Moon of the Orion spacecraft as it continues to make its way back to Earth. The distance from the Moon will continue to increase at this point. So right now, Orion and its crew are about 6,300 miles away from the Moon and about 251,000 miles away from the Earth.
I don't think there's anything to look at right now anyway, guys. Well, the only thing they're showing from right now is that camera out on the solar array. And I think they're in a point where the communications aren't that good. I don't know. A lot of bandwidth's been ate up by other stuff. We'll see a lot of pictures later when the crew downloads the pictures they've taken.
Reporting, and also the Z9 window 1. Jeremy's got the long lens in window 2. and the short lens in window 2. And Reed is in window 3, and he has started recordings. And
Great, Kit Rep Victor. That sounds like a good config, and we're showing coronal effects start to appear on your video camera. So in the next few minutes, we should start to hear your observations.
All right, they're showing some actual video now. Well, we cut out. Oh shit, it's raining again.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We just heard the crew call down to the team here in Houston, reporting that they have swapped out who is in the windows for the final portion of the lunar flyby. So Christina Cook is in window 1, with Jeremy Hansen in window 2 and Reed in window 3. Reed is focusing on observing corona, which is the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. There is about 18 minutes remaining in the eclipse period.
I know this observation won't be of any scientific value, but I'm really glad we launched on it first, because humans probably have not evolved to see what we're seeing. It is truly hard to describe. It is amazing.
Amazing. Thank you, Victor.
And just one more logistic note, we have gone as dark as we can in the cabin. We have turned the DUs all the way as dim as they can go, so there's not a bit of light in the cabin. We're definitely seeing the brightness go closer. It's definitely brighter on the Earthshine side, and so we are expecting to see some corona here soon.
We copy all. Excited for what you see next.
Yeah.
You got the nice glow around the moon, but right off the well, we're upside down now, but from upside down 4 o'clock, right off the edge of the moon, looks like a planet. That line of planets, there's something a moon diameter to the left, and something right off the limb of the moon to the right, and then something orange. It looks orange to the right of that, about half the moon diameter. So. But anyway, there are definitely.
I don't know. I live in a tiny home. I don't have a place to put one.
We might see we're seeing.
I got very little floor space in here.
The dark. So now it is dark blue like it looks from Earth, but we can also still see stars. Well, it's quite a wicked view.
I'm gonna squeeze the laptop lid down just a little bit. It's like a Death Star on the screen there, the way you got that scrap eliminated on it. Shoot, I'm right on the hand on wings. Good. Oh, shoot.
Oh, there's no adjective. I'm going to need to invent some new ones to describe what we are looking at out this window.
This is just absolutely beautiful and inspiring to hear. And Victor, we suspect what you're seeing is Saturn and Mars. That reddish object is likely Mars. Good opportunity to look to the future of where we're going.
And close this enough not to turn the screen off. One down.
Yeah, we can absolutely see the color of Mars. That's awesome.
Put a can on each side to try to put a cat barrier of sorts in here. Anything else to make a cat bear sit on this rock? All right, trying to set up some cat bears. If y'all hear a loud crash, cats have did something. They're not hiding anything in this.
Point, 4 o'clock. On the Earthshine side, they're definitely getting brighter. Still no coronal structure.
They're seeing what they're transmitting. I forgot.
Houston copies.
May not be great and wonderful, but it's what it is. I'll put my phone in my pocket. I hope I don't mess my phone up. But y'all won't be able to hear me in a minute because I'm stepping outside for a few minutes. Seeing my chickens and the cat outdoors.
Mars, but we can clearly see Mars in the Earthshine.
Some big little chickens around here. There it is. You gotta put on my chicken house shoes. Chicken crap shoes. Well, everything crashes. That means the cats jumped up on it.
We have not seen an impact flash in the last 5 minutes.
Sounds unlucky, but you had a pretty strong start, so we'll take it.
All right. Getting outside. The lane.
Actually, right after I said that, right at the South Pole, near the South Pole on the Terminator region, one.
Amazing. Integrity science, and as you look around our solar system neighborhood, you should see Saturn setting behind the moon right now.
We do. We've been watching it track close to the horizon, and it's right tangential to the moon at this moment.
This is Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. We are currently 5 days, 2 hours, and 44 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission, and we have about 11 minutes remaining in the eclipse at the latter half of the lunar flyby that the Artemis 2 crew is experiencing on board the Orion spacecraft. We've received several different call downs from the crew and questions up from the science officer here in Mission Control. One of the things that they said that they were able to see is Mars off in the distance, and then the science team also confirmed that they should be seeing Saturn setting behind the moon. They've also acknowledged seeing several different impact flashes, and these are flashes of light from meteorites striking at the surface of the moon. They've also mentioned the solar corona, which is the sun's outermost atmosphere. Here in Mission Control Houston, the Orbit 1 and Orbit 2 teams have officially completed their handover. So the Orbit 2 team is now leading here in Mission Control, and that is being led by Flight Director Diane Daly, and the Capcom here in Mission Control will be Tess Caswell. And you can see there on your screen on the right-hand side is the Flight Director console, and Diane Daly is in the far right of that screen, and Tess Caswell, the Capcom or capsule communicator, is in the far left hand of that screen.
The light is continuing to grow in intensity. At about the 4 o'clock position on the, about the 8 o'clock position on the Earth-shine side. Saturn has set. Mars is tracking towards the moon's horizon.
Integrity Science, we copy, and we're starting to see it on the vehicle stream. Looking forward to any coronal observations you can share with us.
This Artemis mission control, that view you're seeing on your screen is coming from the solar array wing camera outside of the Orion spacecraft. And you see the light starting to come into view as the solar eclipse period is starting to end.
Still no coronal structure at this time, just continuing to grow in intensity.
Copy, Victor, and reminder, you still should have several minutes before the eclipse classes need to go on. And we can send you up a reminder when you're getting close to take your eyes away from the D5 viewfinder, but you should be good for several more minutes.
Okay, thank you. And yes, please send up the reminder. Thank you. The most popular term is baby hair. As the light grows in intensity and the horizon on this side becomes very distinct. You can still see Earth shine, even though the sun's brightness is definitely growing in intensity.
Love the description, Victor. I'm sure as the next couple minutes progress, more of those structures will continue to pop out.
I don't think Apollo had any cameras on the outside of the spacecraft. There are 2 cameras on the, well, maybe just 1 camera on the solar arrays for this thing. Apparently, it's just got 2 settings. I'm surprised it's got any sets because none of the cameras we put on the Space Launch System rocket had any zoom at all. You couldn't put them in or out at all. There was just 1 setting.
Mission control in Houston, Texas.
I know I was on the camera team.
On board the Orion spacecraft
For
are
the
currently
SLS.
an eclipse. And to the crew on board the spacecraft.
And those cameras are there mainly for engineering purposes.
Here on Earth, except the moon is much larger compared to the sun. Unlike
We even thought about not putting any cameras on it at all, but some of the level 2 safety guys wanted the camera outside in case you can't control a hazard with it, but you can evaluate for future reference. So
Almost as we're out for Venus or for the Earth. the spotlight off the top of the Luxor at night in Las Vegas. This looks like what that wants to be when it grows up.
That's funny. All right.
Integrity Science, glad to hear you're following your training of tell it like you see it.
That's funny.
So far, it's pretty symmetrical. There are 2 or 3 streamers that are growing in intensity and in magnitude, and it's slowly starting to widen, so it's starting to spread out across the horizon.
Almost too much.
Pretty amazing view.
Easier than trying to get bull milk. Yeah, I don't want to do that. Don't try to milk a bull. Not recommended.
And Integrity Houston, great words. Reminder for you, we are approaching the brightness level at which you should no longer be using the viewfinder on the D5.
Joshua, this is experimental missions, the first crewed mission of the Ryan Space Council. They're shaking out their systems and testing them out. We're keeping the crew on board for 10 days. They're able to do some science in the meantime, but it is an engineering mission. It's not about science. It's an engineering mission.
Moving and recombining as it moves. It's pointing in different directions, and so it appears.
I'll tell you something, Josh. If there ain't none of this faked, I've worked on this program myself. Every bit of it is real. It's none of it faked. I knew people were at the launch. I've worked on this thing. I helped design this rocket. It's real. It flew. It launched. Thousands of people were down there watching it launch. People I know. How do you think people climb on top of a rocket and launch it? A rocket and can go all the way to the moon. For some reason, they didn't go to the moon. Where do these kind of theories come from? Because you got a lot of people putting junk up on YouTube that you need to stop listening to. This is real. Trust me.
We're like 2 streamers that are
My chat room go. Lost my chat room go. Something else is trying to show up. Ah, shoot. There's the video. I lost it. Lost my chat room. Where did it go to?
And we copied all. We wanted to remind you at this point on the eclipse glasses. Should be about time for those.
All right, I've lost my chat room. I'm trying to watch it on my phone.
Eclipse classes. That was an absolutely spectacular, magnificent experience.
Thanks for the report. We sure wish we were there with you.
So the video stopped on my phone for some reason. There it is. Now it's going again. But where the heck is my chat room at? Lost my chat room.
This is Artemis Mission Control. The eclipse period is coming to an end, and we did hear that call up that the crew now has to put on those eclipse glasses to be able to protect their eyes.
Go out of it and come back in it from my phone because I've lost the chat room.
From the solar array wing cameras on the Orion spacecraft.
Houston, if you could give me about 20 new superlatives in the mission summary.
Trying to reopen it. Get the chat room back up. There it is. I had to close it and reopen it.
With input from the team.
That's a simulation. What they're calling a visualization now. They used to call them simulations, but that's just, for reference. Sometimes they show that kind of stuff when they're not getting video signal. All the telemetry, all the life support, and everything is coming down through a comm system and being picked up by giant high gain antennas on Earth. They're somewhat limited in what they can send. The only cameras outside this Orion spacecraft there's at least one out on the solar arrays. And that camera apparently has got two settings. It's got one where it can zoom a little bit, but even when it is zoomed in, it's still a wide angle view. As you can tell, because it shows the whole spacecraft, a good portion of it. That spacecraft is big. So when you see it in that angle, you ought to know it's a wide angle view. A lot of people don't get that. They also don't get the relative things of looking at light. Guys, I've tested rocket motors. Like, that's right here. You see that? When we tested this rocket motor, it was daytime. The photograph of the test looks like nighttime because the plume is so bright. That's what happens. The cameras, they get washed out by the brightest light. That's why it's hard when you got sun reflecting off of space, white skin, thermal blankets of a spacecraft. You don't see stars. You don't. You won't. Because the light reflecting off of it is so bright. Even the moon was looking dim from that perspective, and the moon is anything but dim.
How much inspiration you
Now they were able to see Venus when they actually got in the full shadow of the sun during the eclipse.
Today.
So
you really brought the moon closer for us today, and we cannot say thank you enough.
They didn't even have a camera on the outside of the Apollo command module capsule. Now the lunar lander had an equipment bay and it opened up and extended a camera on the outside of the lunar lander. It's in engineering drawings. It's in the pictures made of the lunar lander before it went up. And the lunar rover, when they finally sent it, was a fold-up design. It folded up into an equipment bay on the lunar lander. And there's videos of that thing unfolding, and I know people that worked on it. You got ran that project. Last name was Sisson, and other people worked on that project too. So this stuff's real, guys. How you doing, Judy?
And this is Artemis mission.
I don't know what the lines were in the sun. The lines were in the sun.
Come to a close following.
Well, you get some streamers that come out of the sun.
And there on your screen, you can see.
If you ever see the corona during an eclipse, you can see some of those.
Within mission control to provide science input. And they provided that.
They were fake, but yeah, you will see them. You can see them during the lunar. I saw a solar eclipse. I had to go to Smyrna, Tennessee. So, but
data evaluates imagery and
yeah, it's kind of amazing what you'll see. If you see pictures of it, you'll see little streamers.
Officer on console here in the Artemis flight control room, which you can
see maybe time to stack up on brass and lead.
The science officer.
Yeah, those are precious metals. Precious lead.
The Artemis science flight
That's why I don't turn my old battery cords in.
To her left is Angela Garcia, who will be the science officer taking over for orbit 2.
Broke on the far side of the moon. Well, they're back on our side now. They're not on the far side anymore. Would be cool to see ISS the video from the coming
7 hours or so. The crew has.
Yeah, they got some darn good cameras on the outside of the ISS. It's got a bunch ISS. It's got a bunch of cameras up, including
now they will
70 millimeter high definition camera.
Now linking some of the amazing imagery that
ISS has got some amazing cameras on board, but it's been there forever. It's a huge facility. It's got these external utility ports on the outside. I know it designed the utility rail for the ISS.
From the solar array wing cameras, the solar eclipse period ended just a few minutes ago, and during this eclipse, towards the end of the flyby window, it lasted about an hour, and it was when the sun was hidden from view behind the opposite side of the moon.
What's wrong with that camera?
Of the Orion spacecraft and its
Something's in the lens of it.
During that time, the crew saw a motion
in the lens, on the lens. Looks like it's cracked.
analyze the solar corona, which
It's
is
probably the lens cover.
It's visible. And then once the sun was
May have
completely out of view
cracked
behind the
on
moon, we
launch.
looked for impact flashes, which they reported seeing multiple impact flashes, and those are flashes of light from meteorological.
Sunlight is reflecting through the cracks. I don't know, maybe some other
They also look for
phenomenology.
dust wafting above the limb or the edge of the moon, along with some deep.
See, these cameras aren't just sitting on the outside of the, well, I don't know about the solar ravens, maybe they are. But like on SLS, our cameras were mounted inside of a shroud with a cover over them.
The crew also looked at parts of the moon illuminated by Earth shine, which is the sunlight reflected from the Earth.
The shroud,
toward the
you had to worry about the camera break-ins, dropping debris, the shroud, all that stuff had to be verified as being able to have integrity. Some of the guys in the project didn't even want to put a camera on the outside of the SLS. There's always risk associated with that kind of stuff. I know I wrote the hazard analysis. James Clouds. Just as I said. What is just as you said, James? What is just as you said? I said like in 10 channels before the signal faded. 10 channels? What are you talking about, James? You can't convince a believer of anything or the belief it's not based on evidence. Dude, what I know about this is not got any darn thing to do with belief. It's called engineering. Been there, done it. Now, somebody don't want to believe, then you can't convince that because they got mush in their heads. I can't help them. I listen to many YouTubers that point out things that if you don't know the science, they might deceive you with it. Oh, look at this picture, this blah, blah, blah. Look at that piece, blah, blah, blah. You know, they don't even know what they're talking about. I'm trying to explain things where it's more clear. Can't get out of that. You don't need to be in there. I've been involved. I spent over a decade working on the space launch system. You can't. Let's see. I just hope all is good. Jess, but as part-time cave explorer. Okay. Cave exploring is fun. Oh, by Carl Sagan. All right. I joked, imagine being able to claim you wiped on the far side of the moon. Oh, Lordy. Well, who knows? I'm sure somebody's done it. Howard's screaming to come home yet. Or I live stocking up firewood is more important than a piece of man to grow food. Yeah, I got that kind of stuff here, Ronald. That's why I'm here.
VIP event.
Oh, toilet functioning as a radio blackout. Lordy, Lordy.
Go ahead.
Big bang joke. Let's hear the big bang joke.
Wanted to let you know that the message for that upcoming event is on board for review at your convenience. That's message 3.06.04.
I'm going to end the video here in a little bit. I got some things I got to do.
A couple of video clips in previous events. So during the HDTAO setup activity, we're wondering if Jeremy could please confirm for us that the TS rate is set to 1300 when you get to step 10.
TS rate. All right, what about Dale? I was talking, so listen. Howard from Big Bang Theory TV was in space trying to come home. Oh, okay. Oh, Big Bang TV. Yeah, I don't watch television, guys. I don't even know who Howard is. Watch television.
We copy, Jeremy. Thanks. And for the record, the phenomenal Jenny has gone on to her next appointment of the day, and you've now got Tess with you.
There's two things I don't know jack diddle about. TV, actually three, new movies, and sports. Because all my attention goes into what's going on in the world, science and engineering, and homesteading. That takes all my attention. I don't have any time for stuff that don't really matter in the long run.
Heard some communication there between the Capcom or
TV is just entertainment.
here in Mission Control, which
Real life entertains me quite a bit.
and the CSA, or Canadian Space Agency astronaut on board the Orion spacecraft, Jeremy Hansen. They were discussing
History, geopolitics, war,
And integrity.
politics,
For the
science,
members.
engineering, what's happening in the world, and what I got to do to prepare myself to be resilient, which is my homestead. And now I got to see if I can turn that to making some money somehow real fast. Because this notice of the job ending kind of caught me with my pants down. I ain't 100% sure that I'm out, but it's probably 90%. I sing pull it. Don't call my clothes, cat.
The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently completed their lunar observation period. It was an approximately 7-hour period of time in which they were focused on several different targets.
I'm not telling y'all not to watch TV. I'm just telling you what life's like for me. That's how I bring you guys the perspectives and the wide, broad spectrum of things I bring you guys.
About a day ago, with those,
I bring you space. I bring you war. I bring you geopolitics. I bring you gardening. I bring you
working to
prepping information
they've made, and also working to downlink some of the photos that they've taken throughout the day. The science team here on the ground will then work to get
something has to give. I can't do all that.
And there will
do all the pop stuff too.
Conference tomorrow after the crew wakes up, and that's not a debrief, but a science data collection to capture their nuanced experience while they're still in the field and the experience is still fresh.
Cool.
And then, of course, there will also be a public affairs downlink event later in the day. Now that once the post-lunar flyby activities are complete,
I suppose that's tomorrow.
and then after that, the crew will go into some of their final activities for the day. They will have a private medical conference, or PMC, with the medical teams here on the ground. These are regular conferences that they have at the end of every day. And then there's also a flight director conference that they will have before they go into their pre-sleep period, during which they can complete hygiene activities, and they will have the chance to eat their dinner and complete any other final personal activities for the day before they head into their sleep period.
Cloudy. Amen. I'd rather be in the bush. Was watching a tree grow than watching sports. There you go. Yeah, I would go along with that. And being in the bush is a good place to be, really. If I didn't have the woods where I grew up, I probably wouldn't have survived. I found a lot of solace in my troubled youth by going out in the woods. A lot. I was not a happy camper growing up. That's what saved me. I don't know what I would have been without it. You know, I spent a lot of my time in the woods growing up, guys. Alrighty, I don't know that anything's shaking big. We've watched two major events in this podcast. Look at that sun moving. We're moving the spacecraft. We're reorienting it. Obviously, the sun will be moving that faster. Got to be reorienting the spacecraft. So we've watched that little thing we might have seen might have been a deformity in the lens cover, the shroud around where they mount the camera. I don't know how they mount those cameras in that thing. Oh, we got some spacecraft structure of that. Little light for a second, flashing. What do we got there? Okay, that's part of what the light looks like. That's why we saw the reflections coming off as part of the structure of the spacecraft. Okay, it wasn't a lens cover or a shroud issue. Okay, now I see. Once the sun got out of the way, they turned the spacecraft around. All right, so we watched them approach the moon. They went behind the moon, had a blackout, and then we watched the solar eclipse from the moon. So we've seen two major events here tonight. Hey, got a super chat. Thank you, Shaky. Appreciate that. Thank you, sir. All right. So we got two super chats. We got actually, I think, three tonight. I'm not gonna be able to see them all because I had to refresh my computer. or my phone. But I couldn't pull the chat room back up. Hope you feel better soon. Judy. Oh, Judy. Guys, nausea is winning tonight. Well, bless your heart, Judy. Everybody say a prayer for Judy, guys. We're going, I got to end here in a little bit because I think in just a little over an hour, Trump is going to come back out and do another press conference. Here's what we know. They announced they were going to do one. Oh, shoot. It's probably already happened because I think it was going to be 8 Central. I got to go back and check. I think we might have just powered through it here. Yeah, this went long. I went a lot longer on this than I meant to tonight. I got to see if Trump's had a press conference. He had one this morning, which was unscheduled. They scheduled one for later. It's either now or maybe we missed it. I'll check my news because I normally am reading a lot of news, catching up on what's going on in the news because my phone, where I check my news articles, is where I'm checking my chat from. I've not been able to keep up with the news today. So I will try to catch up the news. We may do another podcast if we haven't missed the Trump press conference. That would be on Green Greg's, like the one we did earlier. If I don't know if I'm going live tonight or not. Just depends on what's going on in the news and how much time I got to put it all together. I'm running out of time here. There you go. Upper left, that's a sim. The lower right, that's a photograph from the solar array camera. You always get pretty much the same view. Oh, I got one more quiz for you guys. I asked earlier for many people in the chat. Last quiz before we go. What am I circling with the cursor? Can y'all see me circling something with my cursor here? What are these black little spots in the upper left-hand corner of the lower right picture? I don't know if y'all see my cursor or not. Yeah, okay, y'all see it. What am I circling or what is that? Does anybody know what that is? Three came from you. Oh, 3 what came from you, Shaggy? Yeah, let's all say a prayer for Judy tonight. If we do Green Greg's video, I will say a prayer at the end of that. I'm kind of anxious to end this video and see what else is going on, what I'm missing. Good guess, James, but that's not the answer. Well, they might have something like that inside of it. Thrusters, all right, Shaggy. That's the closest answer. Yes. What that is reaction control thrusters. They're small, little, tiny thrusters, relatively speaking. They're used to change the attitude of the spacecraft. They don't give it propulsion. They just change the orientation of the spacecraft itself. It's known as attitude control, or also known as a reaction control system, RCS. RCS is typically what they go by. RCS, attitude control thrusters, or reaction control system. RCS is the typical nomenclature for that. So just so you know, those are positioned around the spacecraft in different key points so that you can rotate it, you can change the pitch, yaw, whatever you need to change. They just fired those because they had, for the solar eclipse, they had it pointed one way. Now they've reoriented the spacecraft. And that's why now finally you're getting to see the spacecraft again instead of the sun from the solar array camera that's on this thing. And now Apollo with the service module and command module, which was the capsule, did not have solar arrays. They used fuel cells inside to make electricity.
Or start the stream a bit early to test CNN boys.
Had they had solar arrays, maybe they would have put a camera on the outside. I don't know. The cameras weren't that great back in those days. They were big and heavy, clunky, and didn't even give good video.
And integrity, affirm. We are go to start the stream.
What stream are they starting? Wait a minute. They're going to do a live stream? Are they going to do we might stay on a little bit longer. Are they going to do a little conference here? What am I missing, guys? Maybe we might stay on just a little bit.
We checked the TS rates 1300 and audio is true. So I will give you a voice check now on the mic.
It may be just a data downlink stream. Maybe data downlink.
We've got a good view.
They have a good view of the spot. Oh, I see what they're doing. Change scenes, guys. Don't show the simulation. Blow up just the spacecraft. They're changing the views of the camera. So I want to see it better. Okay. You've got a video of one solar array looking at another solar array. That's cool. I wish whoever was controlling our views would select the lower right view, quit showing the stupid simulation. That is cool. Now you can see the thrusters on the bottom of the service module there. Those are bigger. Not real big, but bigger. Oh. That's the problem with digital.
Yeah, on the handheld blank, did you get it?
Sorry for the delay, Jeremy. We were talking that a bit, but it was a bit broken. So please repeat for us.
There are some data issues. Oh yeah, you move around, you can throw the center of gravity off in the crowd. Especially if everybody got on one side of it and they try to fire a thruster then. Anytime you're firing thrusters, attitude control, especially in the main propulsion, center of gravity of your everything on board is crucial. Okay, so they got that camera rotating. So it's got a pan tilt capability. That's interesting. That camera's got a lot of more articulation. I thought, well, maybe they were moving a solar array to do it. I don't know. I'm surprised they put all that on the camera on a solar array on a flexible structure that could break off and cause a hazard. I don't know what they're doing with that. Like I said, I was not involved in the Orion program. I was in the Space Launch System. So I don't know what they got going on with that camera. Or how they're even changing the view. They might be moving the solar array. That was a lot of articulation in some fashion. The solar array should have just unfurled. They shouldn't have any real articulation in the way they got that laid out. So it's probably the camera. Or whatever it is, they've lost the video from it. I guess that was their streaming they were going to do. There's using a GoPro stick.
Integrity Houston, we like the scene. At your convenience, we'll take a 10 count with Jeremy in frame.
Show us the scene. I don't know, whoever's selecting the views for this channel ought to be fired.
Okay, copy that. Give us 2 minutes and or 1 minute, we'll do that.
Let's see what to come up with. I'm about to call it a night on this particular live stream we're doing here, but we'll see what they come up with next. If it's worth it, we'll stay for a little bit. I got other things I need to check out. We may have missed the president's second address for the day, or maybe because he went early, he didn't do a second address. I don't know. Right now, I don't know what's up with that. I got to check my sources.
Great voice check and good words. We like the scene.
But I have both my phone and my computer tied up with this, so I can't really do much checking. Thank you, Jesse, for calling for the thumbs up. So I appreciate that. I want to use a GoPro stick. Yeah. Thing is, the cameras you put on a spacecraft get hard vibrations, shaking during launch, and you got to ensure they're not going to break loose and cause a debris issue.
Through the middle of the scene. At your convenience, if you would please move that, TAO would appreciate it.
So they're all talking about a scene from inside the spacecraft. They're setting something up, video inside the spacecraft, and yet they're only showing a stupid sim scene from outside. I don't know who is running this YouTube channel for NASA, but yo, NASA, listen up, fire that guy, that girl, whoever it is. They're not paying attention. We like to see the inside the spacecraft views that everybody else in mission control is looking at. I don't know what they're setting up for. About to hit the abort button if they don't hurry up for this thing. You can see from the down below though, they're getting velocity's picking back up. It's going to pick up a lot as they get closer to Earth, up to 25,000 miles an hour. They're going 978 right now. The miles to Earth, you see they will be ticking down. Yep, see, they tick down pretty fast. And the miles of the moon are now ticking up about, the same speed. So they're going from the moon to the Earth now on their way home.
This is Artemis Mission Control. We're currently 5 days, 3 hours, and 21 minutes into the Artemis 2 mission following a liftoff from NASA Kennedy Space Center in Florida on Wednesday, April 1st. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft is currently wrapping up their lunar flyby cleanup activities. They're making final
integrity, high priority images, ECD1 and
Okay, they're going to be trying to download some images. That's what their streams are. Apparently.
and NASA astronaut Christina Cook there calling down to the ground regarding some public affairs imagery that was captured during the lunar flyby activities. She referenced a PCD that is in reference to their portable computing devices, which are basically tablets that they're able to transfer files and also follow along on processes and procedures and their timelines for the day. So
I said no. So they said, oh, what is that? No. That's not the last word you want to hear. No. It's better than uh-oh. Why no? Now the suspense. Why no? Everybody's quiet all at once. The last word here is no, and nobody's talking. Ain't it good? What is going on? Hope it's just the toilet. I was about to bail out. The last word was no. Now I'm kind of wondering what, and everybody got quiet. That's no good. There's a lot of stuff that can go wrong on a spacecraft at any time. On Apollo 13, they had an oxygen tank blew up when they tried to cycle the valve to check it for be able to turn it on. They did not expect that. Blew out a quarter panel. The command module was not able to sustain the crew. Fortunately, then they had a lunar lander with them. That lunar lander saved their lives. Second spacecraft. They don't have that kind of backup for the spacecraft. Not right now. The lunar lander is not even developed yet, and it would probably be launched separate to the moon. They're still quiet. Man, what is going on? Somebody's talk, say something. There's another channel I might try to get my work computer. Trying to figure out what's going on. Like I said, whoever's running this YouTube channel ought to be fired. All right, I'm looking at another channel that's got a view of mission control. And everybody there is looking kind of bored. Nobody's got a. Oh, they're not even showing the current view. What's going on? That is not even current. All right, let me see if I can find something else. It's live. Find another live view. Same junk. Well, I don't think anything's going on. I don't know what's going on. I don't know why they've shut down the audio. I just don't like the last word being no. I don't see any signs. There's anything else?
Artemis Mission Control in Houston, Texas. Currently on console here in Mission Control is the Orbit 2 team of flight controllers being led by Flight Director Diane Daly and the Capcom or capsule communicator who serves as the single voice link up to the crew is Tess Caswell. The crew on board the Orion spacecraft recently wrapped up their lunar flyby observation period, and now they are completing some cleanup activities and transferring some data and files down to the ground following that lunar flyby. Many of these files will be analyzed by the science team overnight in advance of a post-lunar flyby conference tomorrow once the crew wakes up.
What time is the conference?
The crew is also preparing for an upcoming public affairs downlink event. And then following that downlink, they will have a few final activities for the day, including a private medical conference with their team here on the ground. These are standard conferences that happen at the end of every day. And they'll also have a private conference with the flight director here in Mission Control to go over the vehicle status and any other questions or concerns they may have for the remainder of their flight. We are currently in flight day 6. And we have a splashdown expected on Friday, April 10th. That splashdown expected in about 3 days, 21 hours, and 49 minutes from now.
All right, Friday.
The lunar flyby, and as part of Artemis 2, it marked the first time in more than 50 years that humans were able to observe the moon directly and provided a critical opportunity to practice how lunar science will be conducted during future Artemis missions. The moon preserves a near continuous record of solar system history that has been erased on Earth, and with no atmosphere, weather, or plate tectonics, the lunar surface retains.
All right, guys, I'm going to stop the share. She's kind of repeating stuff, nothing really new in what she's saying right now. So this is, it sounds like they've got maybe a little press conference they're going to do later. I might return with that. I need to check out what I've been missing in other sectors. There was supposed to have been a presidential address tonight, which was announced. They had one this morning, which wasn't announced. So what's up with all that? I don't know. What else is going on in the news? I need to get caught up on that because all my resources have been tied up in this broadcast here, and this wasn't really long. They had a lot of events tonight. I mean, they went behind the moon, they came back from the moon, closest approach. They had the eclipse. So, you know, there's a lot of events going on here. I want to thank everybody for watching tonight. I'm going to end this video for a little bit. I don't know if I'll be coming back on live here later for a conference. There will be a more detailed conference probably tomorrow once they get all this pictures downloaded. Now I do have a meeting also tomorrow, so that might be coincident. So it's possible it's a small possibility I might come on here again on this channel again live tonight, depending on what's happening. Possibly tomorrow for that conference tomorrow. We'll just see we'll play it by ear. Just keep your eyes out. Definitely the splashdown. That's the one event that concerns me the most about the spacecraft is the heat shield. the heat shield's got some issues. So we definitely want to watch this, the splashdown, the reentry, the splashdown. Hope the crew survives. I think they will, but some prayers might be in order. Don't forget to pray for Judy tonight before you turn in if I don't come back on here live again. Depending on the news, what's going down, I may do 2 lives on green grass. I got to see what's going on with the president's address. It may have already happened, probably has. Or look also into what else is happening in the world. Does it? Do I even have enough time to put a live video together? Because usually I've already spent hours researching articles I'm going to talk about, which I've not had to do tonight. So, and I also need to order. There's some things I need to order. So yeah, this took me. I've spent a lot more time in here with this podcast than I thought I was going to. So I've got a lot of things I got to do here. So I'm going to end this video to free up my computer to do the other things I need to do. So, hey, I got several super chats tonight. Thank you, super chatters. Mods, I know you've probably been really busy. Thank you, mods. Mostly thank you, everyone, for watching. I know some of y'all don't necessarily agree with everything. That's okay. State your opinions. I might be a little forceful in my responses, but don't let it frost your flakes. Just hang on. I mean, I hear so much stuff sometimes I get a little excited about hearing the same stuff over and over and over again. But I know you get all this social media dumping all this stuff in, all these people making all these big claims. And guys, listen to me. Been there, done that. Helped design this rocket. I built my own rockets, which I've flown from altitude balloons. I've got lots of rocket experience, lots of space experience. I've worked in this field all my life. Guys, I was following the Apollo stuff when I was 7 years old. Didn't miss a mission. When I've been a space activist since I was 18. I mean, joining space organizations. Like I said, on my 19th birthday, I met not the birthday, on that year I met Ernst Stuhlinger. I met Conrad Dannenberg, one of the other German rocket team members, even before that, when I was 18. So actually, on my 18th birthday, I was looking at the Space Shuttle Enterprise because it went to Marshall Space Flight Center to be installed in the Shaken Tower. I was definitely all into it from there forward. So my whole career has been wrapped around this, but it wasn't just my day job. I did my day job, and then I did stuff like this and the space advocacy stuff I did on the side of the day job. And in my younger days, I was only sleeping 2 hours a night. So I have been, I probably got 2 or 3 lifetime space careers packed into one life here. I have worked this stuff. I've ate it. I've breathed it for a long time. Been there, done that. So I'm in the Guinness Book. Why are my groups in the Guinness Book of World Records? Well, I got a Space Pioneer Award. I've done some crazy stuff, guys. But I'm also I grew up on a farm. I've got a homestead here. This is my second homestead, and I've got I've done gardening, worm farming. I got my feet planted in the ground and my head in the stars. So there you are, my friends. That's the story of my life. But that's why I bring you such a broad range of topics. I don't know what other YouTuber can talk space from the engineering aspect, can talk to you about prepping, survival. I got videos where I talked about the radiation aspects of nuclear war in great detail. Created the videos to cover the grid down scenarios. I came up with the idea of the threat posed by the Chinese EMP balloons, possibly, and quite a few other things that, and a lot of original content. I told you guys what the China would be doing with robotics before they got into it, and they're actually ahead of schedule. Nobody else is talking about that stuff. I've talked about quite a few. I can see the big picture. I get to connect dots because I'm one of these polymath involved in a lot of different areas. But there's other things that suffer. Social life, TV. What is that? Sports. What is that? I don't know. You can't do everything, but I've slept very little in my life, and I focus on a lot of different things intensely. And I'm trying to make a change in this world. That's why I created the Freedom Restoration Foundation. That's why I want to try to, if I can find a wherewithal, build a universal habitat out here. And I have been involved in quite a few things. So I'll bring you perspective that few people bring into YouTube. There's a lot of YouTubers that cover space. There's a lot of space channels on YouTube, but almost none of them have ever worked it. Or the ones that have worked it just a little bit. Now, some of them are good at making calculations, things like that. Or there's some that give you minute by minute every nut they're changing on, various prototypes of the Starship. And it's like, well, all this stuff is temporary. They're going to change all of it. Why you focus so much on that stuff? Oh, I guess it's fun. It is a puzzle. It's fun. I'm kind of a bigger picture guy in general, but no, I've done the detailed engineering. I used to bit bang. I used to sit down and convert, you know, regular digital 8-bit code into hexadecimal, you know, things like that. So I used to read punch cards just by where the holes were punched in them. Just different things like that. I got a long history in computers and electronics and avionics and military, been in the military. Like I said, when I was in grade school, I was reading military strategy books. So, yeah, big, thick books. I've been around, done a lot of things. So I bring you guys that perspective. I hope y'all enjoy it. Maybe I'm too broad. I don't know why all the other numbskulls that don't know anything get 1,000 times more views. Well, it won't. If you're on the dark side of the earth when solar coronal mass ejection occurs, it'll never affect you. Duh. Go back and look at Quebec Hydro event. When did it occur? Or knuckleheads talking about the Earth's crust slipping. Yeah, I need to call some really knucklehead, boneheaded stuff. I get a zillion views and make a fortune, I guess. I wouldn't have to worry about losing my job. I just got to come with some knucklehead thing. Everybody jump on it like chickens on a grasshopper. I don't know. But I can't do that. I got to look at myself in the mirror at the end of the day. Guys, what I bring you is real. What I bring you is real. I'm not bringing you fake junk. There are people out there that do that. That's not what I'm bringing you. So you can take it to the bank when I bring it to you. If you don't believe that, tell me why. I want to hear it. I want to hear it. So anyway, again, thank you, Super Chatters. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone, for watching. We are a family here, and pray for Judy tonight. And maybe we'll do another session. Like I said, I'm rambling on here. I got stuff to do. And maybe I might be back 2 or 3 times a night, or maybe not at all. It just depends on what's actually cooking. Because I've been on quite a while here. I've done 2 lives today. We'll see what's cooking, but I've got to catch up on the news and get a start on it, at least for tomorrow. Sometimes that's what I do. I mean, sometimes there's not enough time to do another live tonight. It's already 7:18 here. It takes me usually hours of research to come up with stuff. So I got to see what I can come up with. But I thank everybody for being here. Thank you all. And please share my videos, because this platform, YouTube, do not like me. Man, because I tell you about China and things like that. They don't like me. So, but I think you guys do. You wouldn't be here if you didn't. So, pardon me if I get a little excited about some things. But anyway, so once again, thank you all for being here. Have a great night. We just went around the moon. Yay! Hey, what can you say? That's something to celebrate. And they were talking about quoting Jesus on Easter Monday, going around the moon, talking about Jesus. It does remind me of the Christmas Eve going around the moon in 1968 for the first time. What a magical moment. It brought tears to my eyes, guys. It really brought tears to my eyes today. So, hey, thank you all. Thank you all for being part of it with me, for being my company. I would have watched you, probably not this long, but thank you all for being with me on this magical moment in history. Let's hope we can continue this. Let's hope our civilization somehow survives in a way that we maintain freedom, and that we can continue to explore and reach out into the universe and prosper in our personal lives. Anyway, thank you again for watching. And with that,